Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Files Moving Around.
It is time for Silk Song. It's not time for Silk Song. It's not time for Silk Song. But it is time. Gotta finish the melee run real fast. Look, my phone is blowing up with Silk Song. It's apparently like releasing or something at some point. It's actually really funny because a streamer that I follow is actually starting stream right now, which is completely not the time that they usually stream, with something involving Silk Song, even though they don't normally do anything involving Silk Song, so I have no idea what the hell's going on, but all I know is people are blowing up about Silk Song. There's been multiple live streams. What is Ellen? Ellen, sandbox open world RPG with roguelike gameplay. Let's see. Similar to cock. Let me pull up Ellen on Steam and see what this is. Okay. It's a successor to Ilona, and it's similar to Cock. C-O-K. Or C-O-Q, rather. Let's see. It might be interesting. The issue that I would run into is that I usually do survival crafting games with my friend group. Wow, so kind with them of just telling me to do the things that I'm supposed to do. Let's see. I mentioned it last night. I didn't forget that I need to do the Mercenary Guild today. I didn't actually forget it, but I am very appreciative that you said it. Let's see here. Yeah, so it's the kind of game that I would probably play with other people, except the other people that I play with wouldn't be playing a roguelike. So I'll look into it a bit more later, but I'm not sure where it would fit on my my play style radar, if that makes any sense. I don't actually play that many roguelikes. I still haven't finished Hades. And much less started Hades 2. Though obviously completely different genre, but like the point being that like roguelikes I don't tend to get too far in. But we'll see how it goes. So we were on Danger or Dungeon. We saved on both. We'll load up Danger. We're popping back in here. Do we want to wait to regen back up first? It doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter. So we're just going to pop in here. We're going to open this door. We're going to pop down here. We're going to say hi to all of you, hopefully. Whoa, that was spooky. You hear that thump noise as if someone was hitting me? So, we should be able to quickly and easily clear out the rest of the Champions of the Sword and get that done. I'm pretty happy that we managed to figure out a way to kill that leech. We didn't get it done quite the way that I had intended to do it, but I'm proud nonetheless, because the strategy that I was intending to do could have worked, and would have worked, if I hadn't screwed it up repeatedly and then settled on a strategy that I didn't screw up. I mean, literally trolling it to death. That is true. That is pretty true. I'm so happy that the leeches don't continue to deal damage when you're below 0, because if they did, then that would have been such a slog. It would have been such a slog. So, being able to just have the 2 regenerators deal with it. Yeah. Oh shit. I'm dead. Yeah. I can't just close you again, can I? Oh, wait! I forgot to open the door before I went over there, so we're just sitting here waiting on this thing to finish opening. Can I actually just... No, I can't just close it after it's started. We have to wait for it to finish opening first. Okay. Close you. And of course it's like a pair of masters in the sword. Is this everything that's left, or is there still more in that room? I don't know. We'll find out. So hopefully we find something useful here. We would have had a much easier time with that boss if we had a lifesteal item. Like a much, much easier time. We might have been able to actually just kill it outright if we had a lifesteal item. A lifesteal item on Boa Constrictor would go really hard. Yeah, so I've been playing Genshin, and this new version of Genshin that they came out with is so much better. Oh my god. Like, when you do the dodge into sprint, which I think is kind of clunky, but whatever, I understand, it's a phone game. When you do the dodge into sprint, it only consumes stamina to sprint if you're in combat. Wild. Holy shit, it has context-sensitive stamina consumption. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. The UI works with the D-pad. It is top tier. This new update to Genshin, they did a good job. They did a good job. For those who are unaware, I'm not actually talking about Genshin Impact. I'm talking about Wuthering Waves. For those who aren't in on the joke, I'm continuing my review of Genshin Impact via Wuthering Waves. Yeah, no. Genshin is still... Imagine if they had actually, like, resolved all the issues that I had with the game within, like, 5 minutes of me complaining about it. That would have been very funny. Is that a body? Did you all see that body? Or was that just me? Was I hallucinating a corpse sitting in the wall here? Don't worry about it, it's fine. Your streamer is not slowly going mad. You know?
It won't fit.
We might. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Look, I saw what was there. I saw what I saw. It was definitely what it was. Okay, so we're gonna save this. Someone mentioned that I might have failed to get the chest in the other dungeon, and I'm not sure if they meant that it exploded on me and I didn't notice, or if they meant that I didn't pick it up on my current playthrough. So we'll see what happens there. Gotcha. Okay, I'll take a look and see if we got there. Okay. We got a nice fancy hat. We never found a good fancy hat in the other game. Got some heartwood that we actually need this run. And a sword that we definitely don't need this run. We have an incredibly terrifying, but generally unimportant Bobber. Come on, give me some books at least. Give me some books at least. You know they've got a secret door here because all the bookshelves don't have books on them. Oh! It's not Wizard Eye. It's not Wizard Eye, but it's something. It's not... I could have died there. That would have been very funny. Okay, let's pop back. We've now cleared out the mercenary stronghold. We're ready for Avlee. We do want to do some book learning. I love me some book learning. I'm not going to lie. Now, I prefer a spreadsheet, okay? I do prefer a spreadsheet over a book. I'm not going to lie. If I'm doing, like, research, I'm doing learning, give me a spreadsheet any day of the week, okay? Maybe not Sunday. But give me a spreadsheet. However,
we could sell it. Now this will do.
I do like me.
I'll use it well. It's worthless.
Oh, that's +4 repair. I believe so, yes.
Who needs it?
There's only the one chest up there, right?
It's worthless.
Okay, we have a halberd. It's probably garbage.
It's worthless.
Spells drain HP from the target. Do we have anybody who benefits from 19 luck? Probably not.
Now here's something.
Okay, this is level 51. It's gonna be garbage by the time we can equip it, but it's pretty cool now. Oh, +5 arms on a ring. That's pretty clutch, actually. This is a good item. This is a real solid item, actually. So, and the Arms Master is one of the 2 primary stat things, not one of the later ones. Which means that, yeah, the ID +6 is pretty good too. I think we have Master at this point, so I don't think we need it for anything. Right, do we have Master? Yeah, we have Master now, so we don't really need +6 on an item, but... who do we get that on? Guess somebody with no body resistance. Which, funnily enough, is just you. So you're just going to keep stockpiling damage items for funsies. You can do this. Do we want to... I'm tempted to organize my inventory.
Junk.
Chain plus 36 points of body damage. You love to see it. You love to see it. Okay. So that is a 30 damage jump. Well, we found our First of Darkness item, and it's actually real good itemization for us. Maybe not anymore, because we are heading into Thingamabobber. But that's real solid. Unfortunately, normally I would allow myself to use clubs. In most runs, I'll allow myself to use clubs. In this run, I'm not allowing myself to use clubs specifically because, like, it's part of the joke of the characters is that all of them are supposed to be using other weapons and are using axes instead. So, we're not equipping that on this run. But, you know, it's pretty cool or whatever to have a of darkness weapon that we can't use. I do appreciate that for me. I'm just going to hit G. We're going to need to get to a shop at some point in the near future. We have enough EXP for the next level, which is nice. On everybody. Let's put our gear where it needs to be. This is actually a very solid piece. That's just a straight upgrade. So we just equip that on you. You have this, okay.
Sorry.
Is this an upgrade?
So it won't fit.
This is... You have
There's no room.
crazy defense coming out of that. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. We'll worry about our defenses for now. Though, offense is more important than defense at this point because we're going to Avlee. So in Avlee, we're not going to survive like any attacks, basically. It's just going to be getting melted by everything. Anything else that I need to do? Yes, we need to go to the wine cellar, make sure that we actually picked up the chest in there. And then we are ready to head over to Avlee. So we will have to wait until the appropriate day. We will do that at the inn, just drinking and having a good time. We shall go carousing, one might say, until the appropriate time. We did loot this. Okay. So, we're popping out. And now we keep moving. We keep on keeping on.
Right away. Come in, enjoy your stay.
Yeah, one thing that I find very funny about, like, anime protagonists is that I almost feel like anime protagonists feel like the protagonist of Evangelion is a normal guy. Like, am I crazy, or do anime protagonists these days seem a lot like the protagonist of Evangelion? And the protagonist of Evangelion, the whole point of him is that he's not normal. He's kind of a huge piece of shit. Like, that's the whole point of Evangelion, right? Is that he's a piece of shit? I mean, it's not the whole point, but part of the point is that, like, he is an asshole, right? So, like, but, like, these days, like, I do feel like, you know, there's, like, this aggressive... You see a lot of games give you, like... It's true that he is a kid, and there is a lot of infantilization that goes on with, like, these protagonists, where it's like you'll have somebody who's 25 years old and they're behaving like a 13-year-old in an anime, and it's like, my guy, like, what the hell is happening? What are you doing? But I don't know. I've noticed that, like, a lot of the time when I'm, like, playing a game, they'll give me dialogue options that are insane. Right? It's like, okay, this is a crazy thing for this character to be saying right now, right? Like, I'm a little bit concerned that I've been lied to and that Avlee is not on this list. Avlee is on the list. Whew. Yeah, look, I'm not judging him for most of the things that he did, right? Like, he's like a kid, and that the last time I saw Evangelion was when I was like 13 or whatever, right? But like his like the way that he interacts with the women in his life is not something to be emulated. And it feels to me like modern protagonists who the point of the thing is not that they are fundamentally dysfunctional. The point of the thing is that they're functional, are dysfunctional in the same way that the guy from the anime about how dysfunctional things are and the alienation that we are, like being alienated from society and each other, and the importance of like, like all that kind of stuff. And then it's like you have like a character, like I put a screenshot up in my Discord of like, you're given 4 dialogue options in response to a very normal thing that a person says, and 3 of them are this incredibly insecure. No, I'm strong too. I'm strong too. What do you mean? I'm not. What do you mean she should protect me? I'm going to protect her. What do you mean I'm not strong? And then the 4th option is, fuck you. You're a goddamn loser. And it's like, where's the normal, well-adjusted response to this? Like, someone says a totally normal thing. And your protagonist has 4 dialogue options, and they're all crazy. They're not all crazy, but they're all, like, incredibly insecure and, like, childish, right? They're, like aggressively insecure responses to the thing that's being said, right? The basic context of it is like, okay, you have like a character who there's 2 characters that have been escorting you around because you have amnesia and you've just kind of wandered into this world, and like, and one of the characters like has a job and can't fuck around with whatever new thing you need to do for the thing, right? She just has work, so she's going to go do her work shift, right? This isn't the first time she's done a work shift, it's the second time she's had to go to work. And she goes to do work, and she basically tells the other person who's been escorting you around, okay, keep them safe, right? I'm using them, them for the protagonist, even though, okay, look, even if you choose the girl protagonist, like, it has very male MC energy, okay? Like, canonically male, but you can give them boobs, okay? Like, this is a very common thing that you see in a lot of, honestly, just like a lot of games. In a lot of games, they have a lot of weird interactions that don't make sense if you choose, like, the girl as your protagonist. It's very common that like the game kind of breaks narratively because they're assuming certain aspects of socialization that are tied directly to being a dude. In this case, it's Eastern. Specifically, she looks like a shinobi, which is really interesting because it's a very Chinese game, right? All the names are very Chinese, and the way that you run up walls and stuff like that reads very Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, right? So, I mean, it certainly doesn't get any better if you go to Asia, okay? You don't get better in Asia. It's a mixed bag regardless. But the
Welcome, travelers.
Anyway, so you have this like, okay, we're gonna pretend that you have the choice of whether this person is a boy or a girl, but regardless of whether they have boobs, they're obviously a boy. And so the person who is who's leaving says, okay, so and so, take care of this person who is basically a child who doesn't know anything about the world and is, it is literally in your care and is a guest in our country and is literally like your guest, right? So this is very normal thing. They don't say it that way. I'm just giving you the context within the sentence of like how normal it is to just be like, hey, take care of, keep so-and-so safe or whatever as you're going out into, like, dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And you have 3 options. Oh, man, Liv, you are, that's a really sad thing to say. That's really sad. As a weird, rude feminist, you're courting a man already. That is a wild thing to say. That is a completely wild thing to say. Like, the idea that women should have equal rights to men is currently under attack. It is crazy to go after feminists in this environment. Like, that's a crazy, like, Nazi thing to do. Like, not even kidding. Like, in this environment, it's not 2010 anymore. It's not 2010 anymore. No one in their right minds thinks that the feminists are winning right now. Like, the right to vote is being very clearly put under threat for women. Feminism is good, actually. Like, it is objectively good. Now, look, is like media representation of feminism good? It's a very mixed bag, but most of it is kind of garbage, right? Most of it is, you know, what is the thing, like, you know, we need more female drone pilots kind of vibes, where it's like, yeah, like there's a lot of problems with the way that it's presented in media, because they don't want to do anything that's actually feminist. Have you seen what's happening in my country? Like, let's be very clear right now. There has been a fascist takeover of my capital. My capital is under military occupation. The capital of my country. I have family who lives in D.C. I have family in D.C. Yeah, they're fucking Nazis. The people who are doing all the shit... Yep. The people who are doing all the things that the Third Reich did in the same order the Third Reich did them are, in fact, Nazis. The United States. The United States, the capital of the country, is under military occupation. That is a fact. That it is a fact that there is a military occupation of the capital of the United States. That is a fact. It is a fact that the far right has been moving for years to disenfranchise women, to take away the women's right to vote. It is becoming more and more mainstream. It's not a weird thing that Trump did. It's a weird thing that the Republican Party did. It's a weird thing that the Republican Party did. Trump is practically brain dead. He's not in charge. Okay? He's not the one making the decisions. It's people like Stephen Miller who are making the decisions. Okay? Trump is just there. And he's just vibing, doing his crazy normal shit that he does. And some of the shit leads to really big problems. He's certainly a fascist, but Trump isn't a Nazi. Stephen Miller is a Nazi. Right? Like, Trump just wants power and respect for himself. He doesn't really give a shit about any of the other stuff. Right? I would barely call Trump a white supremacist. But he's surrounded by card-carrying Nazis. And I do mean that literally. They join Nazi organizations that say, we are Nazis. Trump's never joined a Nazi organization. But the people around him certainly all have. But also, like, to be clear, saying that slavery was a good thing has been mainstream Republican discourse for 70 years. I mean, the U.S. president has a huge amount of power. The U.S. president has incredible amounts of power. All the bad shit that Biden did, Like, Biden did all sorts of really bad stuff. Like, the fact that Biden was as much of a Zionist as he was hugely impactful in American foreign policy. If any other Democratic president was in charge, we would not be seeing what we're seeing in Gaza right now. Right? That was a specifically, like, Biden is really bad on this issue thing, and because the president was, the party followed. The entire party followed by virtue. Would they have been good on the issue? Absolutely not. They wouldn't have been doing good things. Would they have been nearly as bad as they were? No. They wouldn't have been nearly as bad as they were on the issue. The president is extremely influential and has a huge amount of power and has more power than they ever have, right? The issue is that, like, with Trump, he has the potential to do all sorts of stuff, except for the fact that he's like 90 years old and he believes the last thing that the person who walked in the room told him. Like, he's just an idiot. Like, he's never been particularly bright, and it's the Trump is the mastermind behind this whole thing, like, idea is like a reasonable interpretation up until you start, like, seeing the actual, like, details of the kind of shit that he obviously hasn't heard about, right? He is look, he might not be 80 yet. He's not getting to 80. Bro is cooked. It's not... Look, the median man doesn't live to 80 in the United States. Let's see. They don't... Well, it's not entirely accurate to say that they're frontmen with a bunch of rulers behind them, because that's not actually true. The personality of the individual presidents matters a lot and what their actual impetus is, right? Biden was mentally cooked, but Trump is also mentally cooked at this point. He wasn't cooked in 2016, right? But he's cooked now, right? He's like fully cooked. They have thoughts. Like, the thing is that most of what they're doing is, like, deliberate, right? Like, Bush did the things that he wanted to do. He wasn't anywhere near as stupid as, like, the average teenager like me at the time thought that he was. He wasn't that stupid. He just had his objectives and he lied about what his goals were, right? He wasn't stupid. He was evil. Right? Like, he was lying the whole time. He wasn't actually being honest when he said he wanted the thing that he wanted. And this was a problem that people ran into. I don't think Trump even cares about that particularly. Trump cares about people liking him. That's what Trump cares about. Trump cares about people liking him, and he cares about not ending his years in jail for all the crimes he did with Epstein. Like, those are the primary things that the primary thing he cares about is not ending up in jail for all the things he did with Jeffrey Epstein. That's the primary thing he cares about. But, like, the reason that he cares so much about it is because, like, his whole life, everyone's known his entire life that he was a pedo. His entire life, people have known about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein in places of power, and in places not of power, right? Like, his relationship with Epstein was known in 2016, and nobody gave a shit. So, considering that all of this stuff was known then, and nobody gave a shit, he's very confused right now why everyone cares so much, right? He's very confused. Yeah, he's just like a little, narcissistic piece of shit. But, like, the thing is that he's not the real central focus right now. The central focus is on, like, the total government takeover by Nazis. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know that the Green Goblin is the first choice that I would go to describe that particular characteristic, but probably, sure, why not? But, like, I'm saying it wouldn't be my first cultural touchstone, right? To think of that. I get what you're saying, I just think it's funny, because it's like, my first cultural touchstone for that, I don't think would be, like, that so much as one of, like, the, you know, like, any king in human history, but we now have the ability to double fist all of our axes. I'm also old. I'm saying that that's like a very youthful reference to make, okay? I don't know how old you are, but in an old off, I'm beating you, okay? I'm beating you by a mile, okay? That's not true. I'm actually trying to come up with a more apt, like, personality, and I don't know enough about, like, which particular kings that was, like, true of. Oh! The Sheriff of Nottingham. There we go. Let's go with the Sheriff of Nottingham. Is that an older reference? I think it is. Sheriff of Nottingham is the one that I would go with. It's getting really, really bad over there. But the problems that we have in our society are not caused by the left. Okay, let's be very clear here. The feminism is a good thing that is not well represented in media, not because it's bad for women to be, like, girl bosses or whatever, but because the media itself undermines any feminist messaging that it has in a lot of key and important ways, and does a bunch of other weird shit, right? The problems with, you know, modern media are not the feminism in it, though the representation of feminism in that media is occasionally, like, kind of cringe. But generally speaking, it's fine, right? Like, Captain Marvel was fine. I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with Captain Marvel. Like, the dynamic there worked well. It hit in the appropriate ways that it was supposed to hit. Captain Marvel, top tier, by the way, because when I watched it with my wife, it was really cool that when I was watching the movie, the first thing that read to me as, oh, these are the bad guys, is how specifically and accurately they represented, like, American imperialism. And the first hint to my wife that they were the bad guys was what's his name's, like, lines toward Captain Marvel about, like, basically controlling her emotions. And she's like, oh, he's the baddie. Like, I have heard this kind of bullshit too many times from men. This guy is the baddie. Like, this specific line that this guy is going with, this is the baddie. And it was very cool because I missed that. And the synchronization with American imperialism is something that she missed because she's not American. So she didn't grow up in the Bush years, right? So she did, but she grew up in the Bush years, not engaging with American news because she was not in America. And it was very cool, very clever. It was very clear that they knew what they were doing because they managed to have multiple angles by which you could foreshadow that this information was being foreshadowed that hits different audiences differently. They did a really good job with that. Let's see. Look, it does count if you have enough diseases to be 80. Oh, right, I haven't actually equipped the axes yet. I should do that.
I require assistance. Sorry. So there's no room left.
But yeah, it is a very bad position that we're in right now. Like, in large portions of the world, there is the default presumption. So, one of the consequences of the Me Too movement is that the worst men in human history have basically circled the carts to defend rapists under any and all circumstances. And so we now have a society where probably about 20 to 30% of people in America are unambiguously pro-rape. We're not really in a position where, like, you know, feminazi discourse is a reasonable thing to have, right? Like, the 4B movement is not a good movement, right? I don't agree with, like, the MGTOWs or the like, any of these, like, gender separatist movements. I think that they are generally a bad thing for society. But at the same time, when half the population wants the other half either enslaved or dead, how the fuck do you interact with that? How do you interact with that, right? It's as a response to what men are doing. Like, how do you respond to the, you know, so many people going like, oh, well, if feminists didn't push so hard for equal rights, then maybe men wouldn't want to rape women or whatever, right? Like, it's fucking crazy. And that's mainstream discourse, right? Like, the trying to, like, both sides, basically anything that's going on right now is just crazy, right? Like, what the fuck is happening, right? Like, and it's like that with, like, every issue, where it's like you have, like, people who are just, like, fucking sexually insecure, and so they're like, okay, well, what if we just fucking turned people into fucking sex slaves, and, like, what if we, you know, abolished black people, or, you know, it's fucking madness. It's total madness. And I remember having a conversation recently about, like, someone, like, complaining about being banned on social media for some reason, and that, like, all the moderators should be, like, cleansed from existence. Like, it was with the Facebook deciding to, like, move all of its moderators to Texas, and it's like, these moderators are like people who are there to, like, remove, like, sex traffickers from the website, right? Like, like, there's, like, serious problems with what's the shit that goes on Facebook. The number of people that are being, like, present, and it's like, okay, well, we're moving it to Texas to prevent any, like, appearance of political bias. is a crazy thing to do. So they're like destroying all of their core infrastructure that they have for moderation for the purposes of appeasing a fascist government, which is what they're doing. And in the process, like, they're destroying their entire existing apparatus and moving that apparatus to a place that's not exactly known for protecting children, right? It's like, look, I'm sorry, but like the all right-wingers are pedophiles thing is kind of just true. Like, it's just ideologically that's where they are. They don't want children to be educated on for sex education, and it's okay to say why now. They don't want them to be educated because if they're educated, they'll report their parents. If they're educated on what sexual assault is, they will report their dad. And Republican senators really don't want that because they're all pedophiles. Right? Like, the whole, like all the, like, you know, oh, like, the feminists have gone too far people are all, for the most part, people who want all of the women to be coded like 13-year-olds. Right? Either mentally or physically or both. Right? It's a problem. Right? It's a huge problem in anime culture. Anime culture is full of frickin' pedos. And they don't even hide it. They don't pretend that they're not. Right? Like, in anime culture, that's like, oh, well, this is a normal thing to, like, want to have sex with high schoolers or whatever, right? And it's like, no, it's not. Have you met a high schooler? I was a high schooler. Ain't nobody gonna want to have sex with that other than another high schooler. Yeah, the absolute worst protagonist genre is the dude protagonist from, like, an anime game. And let's be clear here, okay? That is not a unique issue to the Republican Party, okay? Let's be clear, Bill Clinton, also a pedo. Okay, let's be clear here, that is pretty well established, pretty well known. Right? Like, I still remember during the Monica Lewinsky thing, I was a kid. So I didn't, like, really realize this at the time, but I realized it as I got older, and, like, people started talking, like, especially during, like, the Me Too movement, it's, like, really obvious. It's like, wait, why was everyone talking about, like, the problem with what Bill Clinton was doing as if he was cheating on his wife and that was the problem, as opposed to the President of the United States leveraging his power over an intern? Right? Like, what the fuck was happening in our society that was, like, the way, the angle that we took during the Monica Lewinsky situation, right? Like, I don't like the word scandal. I just don't. So, but, like, I don't know another word that I would use to describe what happened. But, like, that, like, what the hell was wrong with our society? Like, that's truly cursed. We live in dark times. And they're going to keep getting darker. And the reason that they're going to keep getting darker is, to a large degree, because people blame the wrong source for their problems. Like, legitimately, it's just misdirection after misdirection after misdirection after misdirection. Right? Like, humans, the thing is that humans aren't inherently evil. Humans are, by default, nothing. We're not anything by default. We're just a product of our environment. What we have is we've cultivated a society that is culturally sick, that values, like, as a cultural value, we value greed. We value, like, hatred. We value harm. And that's not because humans intrinsically value those things. It's because humans have a society that they haven't created individually. As individuals, we don't make the decision for our society to be the way that it is, right? It's that's we've kind of like accidentally developed it as a society, and individually we mostly just live in it. We're not gonna focus too much on the fact that I just like was blatantly cheating there. Don't worry about it. So it's not against the rules, but it's obviously I don't do that. That's not a thing that I do. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm being lazy. It's fine. I'm allowed to be lazy occasionally. Yeah, and the thing is that, like, money being the only thing that people have of value, it's not social media. This has been going on for longer than social media has been a thing. I've been around. It's been getting worse my entire life. It has to do with what we value as a society, and it has to do with shit like God. What were the movie standards that didn't allow them to show queer people without having them be tortured to death for their sin of being gay? It's not Leahy laws. That's a different thing. I don't even know what that is. Let's see. There's been lots of generations. If you ask people in China today whether things are getting worse, they will say no, things are getting better. Hays Code, that's what it is. There hasn't been a generation in the United States in living memory that hasn't said things are getting worse. And they've been right the entire time. It has been getting worse the entire time. But if you go outside the United States, you think if I ask my in-laws, whether things have gotten better or worse in their lifetime, they're going to say things have gotten worse? You fucking kidding me? Absolutely not. There's a reason the PAP is in power, man. It's because everybody thinks that the world is on the up and up and going well for them, okay? Let's see. Where do I think it's better than America right now to live? Actually, a lot of places, because the United States economy is built off of debt in a way that makes it so that people are at very high risk of simply dying in their 30s because they get sick. Like, the United States is uniquely bad in a lot of key ways that make it so that it's extremely unstable. You're much more likely to be fucking killed, in particular by cops. But even ignoring, like, a cop fucking murdering you and then, like, putting a gun in your hand and pretending that you were dangerous, like, ignoring those elements, ignoring the healthcare elements, the debtor economy means that I would say almost certainly 90% of Europe is way better than the United States. I would say probably decent portions of Brazil are way better to live in than decent portions of America. You want to live in Mississippi? Okay, like, congrats on having a GDP equivalent to fucking Rwanda. Like, you have no infrastructure there. You have nothing there. There's people in America who don't have electricity. So, like, it depends on where in America you're talking about. Like, most of sub-Saharan Africa, you're probably better off in a city in sub-Saharan Africa than you are in anywhere in Mississippi. Right? Like, so it depends on where you are. America has, like, a similar dynamic to what the UK has, where London is where all of the money is and everyone else is kind of living a peasant life. Which is part of the reason that the UK has the kinds of problems that it has, but only a small portion of the problems, I think, are tied to that. But, like, the reason that you have the sort of vagrant youth problem that you have in the UK, where you'll just have, like, riots for days and days and days and days that don't seem to have any clear purpose. But that's the thing. You're thinking about New York City. You're not thinking about Mississippi. Have you been to Mississippi? Have you been to, like, northwestern Florida? You've been to Georgia? You've been to a lot of these places? If you go to those places, you've probably been to a city, and the cities are not built the same. Okay? Them cities are different. You ever see those news crews who go out to the places that are out in the boonies in the United States where they don't have fucking electricities? Like, it's like a whole different world, man. Like, I see the occasional video here that's coming from, like, someone's playing some Chinese news station, right? Like, Chinese meaning from mainland China. And I'll occasionally see someone watching a TV show, and it'll be, like, news hosts, like, going into some, like, fucking rural village where they're, like, chicken farmers. Like, subsistence chicken farmers, basically. And they don't have electricity, they don't have running water, they don't have anything. And that's... a lot of America is like that. Don't you electricities me. Look, the nuclear power stations... it's not the same everywhere. Like, I'm aware that... look, I'm not trying to suggest that the median in Brazil is higher than the median in the United States, or the mean for that matter. What I'm saying is that a lot of people in the United States would be better off living the median life in most countries. Not living in the same income bracket that they're at, but living a median life somewhere else. Right? That's what I was saying with that. But in addition, there's a lot of places that are just kind of, like, way better and don't realize it. Like, Singaporeans have no idea how good they fucking got it. Singaporeans have no idea how good they have it. Like, they will, like... they don't do it anymore, right? Like, this used to be a thing. But, like, there used to be a lot of, like, America must be so nice. And it's like, oh, man, try living in Florida sometime. The U.S. doesn't build anything anymore. The U.S. doesn't make any new technologies anymore. Like, it might finance new technologies, but the infrastructure to make new tech is just not in the United States anymore. It's mostly in China and Europe. And other places as well. But, like, Singapore is a huge hub for very specific industries, right? Like, biotech, Singapore is a huge hub for. Apparently, like, basically every oil rig in the world is made in Singapore now, or something like that. The design doesn't happen locally either, right? That doesn't happen in the United States either. Like, think about what happened with the COVID vaccine, right? The COVID vaccine is owned by an American company, but the everything about it was created in German labs, right? It was created outside the United States. The reason is because George Bush made it illegal to research medicine in the United States. And it just hasn't gone back since. I don't know if they've reversed the laws, but no one's going to go back to the United States, and nobody who's making medical technology is going to touch the United States. They're never building anything in the United States. It's crazy to build in the United States because the United States is a Christo-fascist country on a fundamental level, and they are going to fuck you over at some point. At some point, it's going to become a political thing to demonize whatever tech you happen to be working on, and because whether it's like, Frankenfoods or stem cells or whatever have you, whatever new buzzword for, like, the anti-intellectual, anti-technology, anti-science wing of the American, like, society is, they're just going to fundamentally outlaw basic technology, right? And so you can't make shit like that in the United States. The United States is very good at monetizing what other people are doing. And by very good at monetizing, I mean they have a really big army and they have a very powerful... They have all the money. And yeah, with solar, with AI, right? Like the generative AI the Chinese came up with is just better than the shit that has been completely like unimproved for a billion years in the United States. That's to the point where they're like talking about banning it. Yeah, you also see stuff like the reason that American cars are as fucked as they are, like, you know how going on the road in America now is terrifying if you're used to going into the road in America 20 years ago? When I left the roads in America, people made fun of how big American cars were, okay? They've been getting bigger the entire time, and it's terrifying to be on the road these days. It's terrifying to go on the road. It's not much of a choice in the United States. In most parts of the United States, you really don't get much choice there. But the reason that American cars are the way that they are, yeah, I imagine there's like a bus that goes into Miami like every day. And if you miss that bus, you're fucked, right? Like, you're not getting outside of Miami. That's not entirely fair. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, because I was going to say, and Miami's, like, got, like, one of the best transit systems in the entire country. It's, like, one of the best, like... Look, the United States is completely built around driving, and most parts of the United States are terrible to drive in. Like, it is bad to drive in the United States in most places because it's terrifying. Like, you're driving this massive vehicle that you can't see out of, right? Like, you cannot see out of these goddamn vehicles. The blind spots are massive. You know, I'm pretty sure we used to have laws regarding what kind of blind spots a car could have. These huge vehicles are just blind spots. Like, the entire thing is a blind spot. They have like fucking cameras built into them. And you have to learn where the camera is positioned in order, like, instead of referencing my actual body, I have to be playing a fucking video game to drive in America now. And that's insane. You know what I do when I play a car game when I'm playing a game and I'm driving a car? I fucking crash it. Because every game, it's fine to crash your car. You don't worry about it too much, okay? The idea of playing a video game on a screen and that being how I'm interacting with the world in a car is crazy to me. Like, I'm not driving a plane. Why do I need cameras? And the answer is because the car is designed in such a way that you can't see anything without the cameras. Like, it's rough. And so anyway, the reason that I was pointing that out, the reason for that is because of regulations that were designed to fuck over Japanese car companies. So basically, there were regulations that were put into place that made it so that you couldn't import certain classifications of vehicle that were, like, not cars, but, like, trucks. Right? So, like, you couldn't import Japanese trucks that are small, compact, and useful, because they were just better than the cars that were local, and the car companies complained, so they got them banned, right? As a component of that legislation, it made it so that SUVs are treated differently than other vehicle classes, and you can basically... No, oh shit, I was poisoned. And you can basically do a bunch of shit that you couldn't do otherwise by just calling your car a fucking sport utility vehicle. And then there's now like no competition in the market because it's illegal to import them from other countries and a bunch of other shenanigans. So like the entire car market in the United States started to gravitate toward the SUV as a means to minimize Japanese influence in the market. Okay? Like this is just a part of like American history, right? The bans on those vehicles are still in place today. You still can't get a good Japanese truck that serves your purposes in the United States because they just made it illegal to. And I'm trying to remember the details on it, but there's like they basically mandated that all like trucks be badly designed. Where it's like every truck needs to have enough space for like 600 chickens or some stupid shit like that. It's a whole thing. I don't remember the details, but the point is that America has a very, very long history. I think that was like in the 70s or the 80s. That was, or it might have been in the 90s. I don't know. It was a long ass time ago. America has a long history of deliberately making itself worse for innovation for the purposes of protecting the profit margins of local businesses. The issue is that the local businesses in question are giant, like, monstrous, like, entities that control, like, the entire world market, right? So, like, America's doing, like, the same kind of shit that it would do in, like, not it, that like that the UK would do with like its trading companies, right? But it's doing that for like Marlboro and Walmart, right? Like it's doing that for cigarette companies, oil companies, car companies, and shit like that. And they have a international influence, right? It's bad. It's a bad deal, and they're gonna start. I think they've already started, like, I think they've done some shit that was, like, kind of, like, that was, like, aggressively going, they might have just been against companies, but they've been going after, like, trans people so hard that they're, like, starting to hit the actual, like, private businesses, and I think they've done some shit that was... I think they might have done some, like, international shenanigans, right? Wasn't there some... I don't think it was something to do with tariffs. I don't remember what it was. It was some shit that they were doing. Up here somewhere? In front of the files? Oh. Let's see. Let's see. How much shit there is where... Nobody can keep in their heads all of the crazy shit that's happened in my lifetime. Like, it just can't be done. And you don't need to, right? Like, I don't think that it's viable or necessary to remember everything, but it is critically important to learn enough that you don't, like, think that feminists or trans people are the source of, like, our society's problems. Right? Like, it's really important that, you know where the source of the problem is. And most people, I think, do. Right? Now, most men, no. And it's actually really crazy. Like, it's actually really shocking to me how, like... Let's see. Single mandate? blaming immigrants is very, very popular right now, but so is blaming trans people. There's been a lot of like, I've had to like have some very uncomfortable conversations with people who are themselves in danger and refuse to acknowledge that they're in danger because they voted for it. And like the people who are in that situation, if you're talking about healthcare, they'll eventually derail to fucking trans people's bathrooms. Or they'll derail to trans people's sports. And it's like, who the fuck cares about trans people in sports? That is a crazy thing to give a shit about. Okay, it's just a crazy thing to give a shit about. It's not relevant. Why are we talking about healthcare and you're derailing into a completely insane topic that has nothing to do with either of our lived experience or anything that we care about at all, right? It's crazy. It's a batshit thing to transition to. But the thing is that it's what they care about. Like, when you get to the core of reactionary politics, it is always sexual insecurity and feelings of disgust. That's what it is. It's their feelings of disgust about a thing that they don't know anything about, and it's their sexual insecurity and desire to control women, right? Those are the cores of reactionary politics, which is why it's not super common for women to be as reactionary as men, because control over women's bodies is a completely core component of reactionary politics. But you'll notice that, like, the women who do behave like that, they really love controlling other women's bodies. They love that idea. They're the kind of women who have a lot of very, like, aggressive and strong, like, they're the kind of women where, you know, they make other women uncomfortable to talk to, because it's like, okay, well, I can't really talk to you because you're fucking crazy and you want to, like, get inside my uterus, okay? I don't know what the fuck is going on with you, but, like, it's like there's like a very specific type of like controlling like auntie that tends toward reactionary politics generically. But beyond that, right, like currently immigrants are being blamed for basically everything. But there's such a huge through line of like anti-queer focus as well right now, because like they're okay, like let's be clear here. The whole trans bathrooms thing, the reason that trans bathroom bills are being put through is because they want to be able to feel up women in bathrooms. Okay, they want to be able to sexually harass women, so make it so that you have to do a genital check to be in a bathroom. A genital check is a type of sexual harassment, okay? That's what's happening. That's what's going on, is people love the idea of cops being able to randomly feel up women, or maybe not cops. Maybe you just work there. Maybe you just work there. Maybe you just work there, and rather than get the police involved, you do the genital check yourself. That's the reason for the genital checks. It's that simple. That's the reason that they want access to women's bathrooms, right? When like you have like the right-wing podcasters going, oh, you know, this is like the women podcasters going like, oh, you know, men, you know, these fucking TERFs will go on and say, oh, well, what we need is for men to go into women's bathrooms to protect women from trans women. Okay? That reveals the game. The point of it is to give men access to women's spaces in order to harass women. Right? The fact that, like, you keep seeing cis women get sexually harassed as a direct result of these kinds of laws, or even in absence of them, right? Like what just happened in Minnesota recently, where a cis woman just got like sexually harassed in a bathroom and shouted at by some random staffer, and like ended up having to like show I think it's a female employee, showing the woman her tits in order to get her to get off her fucking back, right? Like, that isn't an accident. That's the intent. That's the goal of the anti-trans movement. On a fundamental level. On a fundamental level, that's the point. The point is not to harass trans people. Trans people barely exist. Okay, they're so uncommon. Okay, you might be surprised to hear that, but yeah, there's not that many trans people in the world. Okay, it's like less than 10% of the population, I think, are trans, right? And specifically, nobody gives a shit about trans mask people. Like, no one has ever complained about trans mask people in any meaningful way. They'll start eventually. Eventually, they're going to start, complaining about it in a serious manner. But like, for the most part, right now, nobody even acknowledges the existence of trans men, right? Like, trans men are not politically relevant. So you're having that trans population right off the bat, right? Because like, in terms of the people that are currently being targeted for harassment by these kinds of things. So like, we're talking about this tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of society. But the thing is that if you were to ask a TERF, they think that like every other woman they see on the street is trans because they're terrible at clocking. So they see any woman and go, that's a man.
Can someone heal me?
And that's the point. That's the point of the movement politically. But it also leads to these people who develop this paranoia, right? They develop this paranoia, which leads to them thinking like, oh, okay, well, I'm surrounded by men in this bathroom who want to rape me. And it's like every single other person in the bathroom is a cis woman. Every other person in this bathroom is a cisgender straight woman. And this person thinks they're surrounded by what they would describe as men, right? And it's crazy, right? Because, like, maybe they end up with a trans woman in their bathroom. They're probably not even going to clock the actual trans woman. Because the thing is that trans women are more likely to pay closer attention to following gender norms than cis straight women are, because cis straight women don't really think about it. They're just following what, feels comfortable based off of their lived experience. They're not really thinking about having to pass. But they're going to have to start thinking about that, and that's another portion of the point, is forcing women into more stereotypical hyper-gendered roles. Like, okay, well, are you going to be able to go out without makeup if you're going to get harassed as soon as you try to enter a women's space, right? And you will be. You will be. Even in places where it's illegal to do it. Again, like in Minnesota, it's illegal to harass women in the bathroom about their gender. It's actually illegal to do that there. But even in places where it's illegal, it's already happening. And it's part of the point. So, but it is out of nowhere. It doesn't make any sense for them to give a shit about this kind of stuff. It's crazy. Like, if you look at like any numbers, it's like the people who are most likely to be sexually harassed in like any environment are trans women. Like, trans women of color in particular are like the most likely to be sexually harassed in any environment. I think even when they're surrounded by other women. I think even surrounded by other women, they're the most likely target of that violence, not anybody else. Ignoring completely like the fact that the vast majority of people who are actually like committing those kinds of acts of violence. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be willing to say that actually. Like there is a reporting issue. So I don't. Given how bad the reporting issues are, I would be unwilling to say that the majority of people who do like sexual assault or sexual harassment are men, especially because like I've absolutely been sexually harassed in the workplace by a woman before. Okay, like behavior that would definitely be that was inappropriate at the time, but would be very threatening if I did it to her, but isn't threatening when she does it to me because she's like half my size and has a quarter of my social clout, right? Like it's not a threat what she was doing to me, right? But like it would be if I was doing it to her for a variety of very real and legitimate reasons, right? Fun fact, life is unfair. Like, not everyone can do the same thing and have it have the same consequences. That's just not how life is. Blame the patriarchy. It's the patriarchy's fault. It's not entirely the patriarchy's fault. Some of it is genetics. But, my physical size is not the patriarchy's fault. But but I will say, the proclivity of men toward violence is not genetic. Is some emotional dysregulation a component of having as much testosterone as your typical man has a thing? Yes. However, the reason that men behave the way they do is not because their hormones make them uncontrollable. The reason that men behave the way that they do is because they're told their entire lives that their hormones make them uncontrollable, so they act according to their hormones instead, because they just have an out. They can just pretend, they just claim that, like, they just claim, oh, well, I couldn't control myself, right? And they get away with it. Because people believe that bullshit. And that's a cultural problem. That's not a physiology problem. The aggression that men demonstrate, one could argue there are some predispositions toward it in high testosterone individuals, right? You could make a claim in that regard. And that would probably be something you could back up. The bulk of it, though, the bulk of the problem itself is about being able to get away with doing, and not only being rewarded, like socially. Socially, you are rewarded for aggression as a man in a way that you simply are not as a woman, right? So the aggression aspect, the fact that men have thin skins, right? Like if you insult a man, like as demonstrated in the fucking thing that I did, the screenshot that I took, where it's like, okay, well, the only answer that we can give here in response to someone suggesting that this woman protect me is to immediately massage my ego and to immediately go, no, I'm strong too. That dynamic, that's all social. That's all social. And it's not just allowed, it's reinforced. It's indicated to be the natural state. It is rewarded, depending on the context. There are some contexts where it's not explicitly rewarded, but there are very few contexts in which it's actually penalized. And there are plenty of situations where you're rewarded for being very aggressive. Women are constantly told, both explicitly and implicitly, not to beat men at things. To just let the men win. Like this is like a core component of being socialized as a woman, is let the men win because they get scary when they lose. And they get particularly scary when they lose to you. Right? That's an element that you see throughout society. And that kind of socialization is like incredibly toxic. Right? But the reason that they're being told to do it is because the men are basically being told, if you ever lose to a girl, then you are, like, useless. Right? that the appropriate response to losing to a girl is to despise yourself, which is it's just crazy because like it's just not. Man, look, I don't lose to almost anyone at most things, okay? I don't lose to people that much. But when I am losing, I be losing to a woman. That's who I'm gonna be losing to, okay? That's who I'm gonna be losing to. Now, is that because I don't do things that men want to do? Yeah, in part. In part, it's because I'm not doing things that I'd be competing with men at. But also, I'm kind of naturally gifted at the things that, you know, I'm supposed to be gifted at. So, you know, when I do those things, I kind of win without, you know, much hassle a lot of the time. And that's treated as a good thing. It wouldn't be treated as a good thing if I was more femme, right? But, you know. Look, let's just say that I've beaten a wrestler or two in a wrestling match. But the not recently. Look, that was when I was a kid, okay? That was when I was like, I don't know, like 17 or 16 or something. Probably 16.
Can someone heal me?
The you know, like the thing is that the night is dark and full of terrors, and we need to treat women better as a society, and we need to fucking get a handle on how crazy men are getting. It's crazy, right? Like, it has gotten to the point where a decent portion of men are being radicalized into this, like, incel crazy terrorist shit. And, because, like, incels are a hate movement. Like, they're, like, explicitly a hate movement. That's what incels are. It's not like it's not like oh, that's embarrassing for them that they're so sexually incapable. It's really dangerous that this many men despise women just because they're sexually insecure. It's a huge issue. It's like a massive issue. And the performative hatred of, like, kind of like everything that's associated with being, like, an adult woman, and the glorification of, like, infantilizing aspects of femininity, where it's like, okay, these are the portions of femininity that align perfectly with like the things that we associate with children. Like, that dynamic is not just, like, toxic individually. It's not just toxic interpersonally. It leads to, like, incredibly dangerous political ideologies being brought to the fore. And yeah, like, it's not an accident that we have a fascist movement and an incel movement at the same time. The fascists were notoriously sexually insecure freaks, okay? The Nazis the first time were a mess, right? And that's going to always be true. They're always going to be a mess. I don't know how I'm going to deal with these assholes, actually. Because I'm going to walk up to you, and then if you attack me, I just die. So, how do I deal with the water elementals? It's I can't imagine what it must be like to be like femme in public. I know what it's like to be in public and go like to bring the like, you know, MRA bullshit into it. I know what it's like to be in public and have to adjust my behavior because other people are scared of me just because I exist. Okay? I know what that's like. I've lived that life for 40 years. That's not true. I've lived that life for probably 35 years, where I've had to adjust my behavior around other people because they're scared of me. That's a thing that I've lived with my entire life. And it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. It's not great to, like, scare people just by existing. That's not a great thing. It's not a great feeling. But it's not their fault they're afraid. It's not my fault they're afraid either. It's not my fault that people are scared of me because I look the way that I do. Right? It's not my fault, but it's also not their fault. It's not their job to put themselves in danger so that I don't feel upset. So that I'm not like, oh, I feel bad about the fact that you don't want to get close to me physically because you're worried that I might try to fucking strangle you. Because that one time 6 years ago, some guy off the street just randomly put you in a chokehold for no reason. Right? Like, this is the thing, is that every woman has a story. It's like, and a lot of men do too. A lot of men have a story of something that has happened to them that's like, ooh, that was really bad actually. But the difference is that like a lot of men are told to like basically just toughen up, and that's not correct advice. The correct advice is, oh, if someone is, you know, if someone feels unsafe, stay the fuck away from them. And like, I don't have a lot of good advice, okay? I am not a woman, nor have I ever had to be the one to advise women on their own safety issues. That's not really my wheelhouse. I have other things that I talk to people about. That's not really one of them. But like, the strategies that people come up with to protect themselves is fine, as long it doesn't impact me. I mean, it impacts me socially, right? It's like, okay, yeah, you know, it's a little harder to navigate social circumstances, but like, okay, that's fine. Who cares? I mean, part of that is just, you know, I like a challenge, so, you know, it's easy for me to go, oh, okay, I have a additional hurdle in communicating with this person in that they don't know me and I'm big and scary and like they are clearly concerned about that. How can I put them at ease and demonstrate that, you know, I'm not a threat to them, right? And alternatively, how can I give them enough space that it doesn't matter? Which is also kind of the same thing. A lot of people feel like when you're in a social environment where like you're around a person who's uncomfortable around you, the goal is to convince them that you're a good guy. And that's not the goal. The goal is for them to feel safe. The goal isn't for them to feel like you are safe. The goal is for them to feel safe. That's what it should be anyway. If the goal is if your goal in a social environment where some stranger who you don't know is clearly uncomfortable with you, and you make it your mission to make them comfortable with you and not to make them comfortable, then you're an asshole. It's not about you. If you're in an interaction with someone and you have to be directly engaging with them, like it's directly about an interaction between you and them, not like you're on the street and someone else is like a little bit like is clearly like keeping a little bit of a distance from you, or like you're at a party and someone is clearly like iffy about you or whatever, right? Like, if you're in that kind of a situation, the correct answer is leave them alone and don't look too scary, right? And there's ways to look more or less scary, okay? There just are. There's ways that you can, you know, play up the scarier aspects of your personality. You can be more or less aggressive in the way that you handle certain things. There's plenty of like ways that plays out, right? But now obviously, look, I will say I'm not like 6'5", okay? I'm not even 6 foot. I'm 5'11" and a half, right? I'm tall for where I am at the very least. And I'm actually above average height basically anywhere. Even for like men. But I was surprised at how short median heights actually are. Median height is actually pretty dang short, which I did not realize as a kid, because I always thought that I was average height, and it's like, oh, no. I still tell people that I'm average height, but I know I'm not. Like, we can get rid of the kayfabe for a second. I am, in fact, above average height. Just not by a lot. But I am huge compared to someone who's 5'2". I also have broad shoulders, right? Like, I'm not scrawny. I have broad shoulders, and, you know, for my frame, I'm, like, moderately large. The, point being, like, if you're interacting with someone who you have to interact with directly, you're trying to, like, you have, like, this is like a coworker that you need to get information out of or something like that, and they're clearly uncomfortable around you for some reason, like, just do your best to make them comfortable. And in that context, the goal is, in part, to make them comfortable with you. I'm going to tell you, the way that you make someone who's uncomfortable with you comfortable with you is not to take your hand and physically place it on their person. I don't care what tone you think you're giving when you're putting your hands on someone. If they aren't comfortable with you, the tone is bad. Don't do it. Don't put your hands on someone unless you are unless they are comfortable with you. And if you don't know whether they're comfortable with you, keep your fucking hands to yourself. Okay? Keep your hands to yourself. It's not that hard. I just realized that I have this open instead of my finger. I have the Twitch thing open instead. And it's not that hard. And yes, having to deal with the fact that people are scared of you is socially inconvenient, right? It's way more socially inconvenient to be on the other side of that equation, where, like, statistically speaking, 1 in 10 men that you meet are probably a rapist, right? Or at least, you know, tacitly pro-rape, right? But, like, at least, like, probably, based off of the statistics that we know, it's probably, like, at least 1 in 20. It's terrifying. The idea of how common it is that you're interacting with a person that you think is normal, and then, like, it turns out that they're, like, you know, hey man, you know, if a girl allows herself to get roofied, then that's, you know, a skill issue, right? Like, and it's like, wait, what the fuck? And most of them won't say that out loud, right? They might say it if, like a woman gets drunk, because then they have, like, a little bit more of an out socially to pretend that they're not saying what they're saying. But, like, it's pretty dang common for people to have really, really, really scary opinions, right? And I don't think it's a huge social hardship to try to encourage people to know that I'm not one of them.
Ow, ow.
And I don't need to encourage them to think that by telling them that. I just am like, okay, well, I just won't behave the ways that people like that behave. You know? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Wait, they fight each other?
I've never seen that.
This changes absolutely everything. I can do a let them fight. I can do a let them fight with the elementals and the wyverns? Interesting. That does change the dynamic a bit. Do we want to make them fight each other? Yeah, I don't even know what's going on in the U.S. right now. I have not looked it up recently. I've not looked too closely in the last few days. I know about the military occupation, but I don't know how it's going. Right? I know that, like, one of the military blockades was, like, a couple blocks away from where my relative lives. So, that's fun and exciting. And that might seem like a segue, but it's really not. It's really not. The thing that gets people animated to do that is the same shit that gets them to do, like, all the it's like the rape culture shit. It's just you know, men be slightly normal challenge, difficulty level impossible. Anyway, the point I was getting at with regard to how much it sucks to not want to scare people in public is that, like, it sucks, and it requires a lot of skills to be able to socially navigate. And social skills are not a thing that people are learning these days, right? Like, they just aren't. Like, I grew up with a very gregarious family. I grew up learning all sorts of social skills. I grew up with a lot. So for me, navigating social environments, I'm also probably autistic, which means that, like, learning the social skills, I'm not just learning them. They don't come naturally to me. I have to learn the theory behind them in order to get it down. And but, like, the point is basically, like, it isn't great that people have to do that, but at the same time, the other side of the equation of, like, okay, make myself not scary is people being scared for very legitimate reasons because they keep getting actually hurt. Not, like, theoretically. They keep getting actually hurt. Right? Not like, you know, oh, there's some social thing, but, like, someone has groped them. Or this, that, or the other thing. Like, there was some guy who, like, harassed a person I was seeing on the subway once, like, as a teenager, right? Not as a teenager. Was I a teenager? I don't know. I think I was probably a teenager, but, like, 19 or something like that. But, like, that's a thing that happened to me it didn't happen to me, it happened to her. But, like, the interaction was one that was so foreign to me. And the reason it was so foreign to me is that, like, it wasn't like he didn't, like, physically do anything, but he was verbally, like, harassing her. And I don't remember what my response was. I think that my response, whatever it was probably inadequate, because I remember mostly just being, like, baffled and confused. But, like, that wasn't the first time that's happened to her. That wasn't the second or the third or the fourth or the fifth time that's happened to her. That was Tuesday. That was a Tuesday for her. And that's the thing that's the problem, is that that's a Tuesday for her. The fact that, like, I have to make sure that I am careful with the way that I, phrase things so that it doesn't sound like I'm doing something like that is minor. It's like, it's just not that big a deal. Having that be your Tuesday is a big deal. That matters. A little bit of social inconvenience for me sucks, but I don't really care that much. But, like, and I understand that people do care about it, and the way to fix it, right? Like, if you want to live in a world where women don't treat you like you're a threat, is for us to reshape society in such a way that you aren't one. Because the dynamic between men and women is not the same everywhere. It's just not. Different places have a different vibe, and there are some parallels, right? Some things that are parallel, but, like, I don't know. The dynamic between men and women in Singapore isn't really quite the same as the dynamic is in the United States. It's just not. There's, like, a difference between it. And I'm not saying that it's, like, better, because there's a lot of problems with the dynamic in Singapore, and there's a lot of sexual assault and shit going on here too, right? There's a lot of presumptions of a lot of things here. But, like, I don't know even how true those presumptions are, honestly. Like, the most, like, baseline attribute that I think that most Singaporean women have regarding men would be more accurately be described less as, like, fear and more of just, like, okay, like they're kind of like children, right? And I think that that's starting to go away as well these days, because the men are being raised better. For a long time, like, the expectation was that, like, that boys didn't have to do anything around the house growing up, and were basically just treated like little princes, meaning they were basically trained to be useless their entire lives. Like, okay, well, don't get off your ass to do literally anything, your sister will do this thing for you, kind of stuff. Like, no, you don't get off your ass to go get yourself some water. Your sister needs to get off her ass and get you water. That kind of dynamic is extremely toxic. But I will say that it doesn't necessarily engender the most threatening of men. It more engenders the most useless, the most useless and economically unproductive men. And that's not to say that all the men in Singapore fit into that. It's not true. Like, lots of Singaporean men are perfectly good at their jobs and do the things that they need to do around the house and this, that, or the other thing. But they do that despite their upbringing, not because of it, right? But I don't think that, like, hyper aggression and things like that are encouraged in boys in the way that they are in. I feel like there's an angle of, like, competing with your father that is very common in America that I don't really think is a thing here. And, like, I don't think that vibe is really a thing that I've seen much of here. But I could be wrong. I'm not an expert in, the way that children are raised in Singapore. we're gonna try. I think we need to try to get to a thing over here. I'm trying to think of what I'm supposed to do here. I don't. I feel like dragging the wyverns to fight the water elementals might be the play. But I need to clear some more of the water elementals first, I think. I just need to pull them in small enough packs and then get a save off and then come back out. I think that's a reasonable way to handle the ones over here that aren't bosses. I don't know.
I don't know it.
Let's see. But I do think that it's important that people recognize that, oh, every generation thinks that it's getting worse is not true. That's not true. Not every generation thinks things are getting worse. Actually, a lot of generations right now think things are getting better. It just depends on where you are in the world. It's uncommon in the modern day for people to think it's getting better. But like for 50 years, everyone in China was like, things are going great. Actually, things are really looking up, because they were. Economically, they were in a way better position than they were before. In Singapore, when like they built all of the fucking houses, like this place that I'm in right now, when this shit was getting built and people were getting moved out of the slums and into proper housing with electricity and running water, you think that generation thought things were getting worse? No. The idea that things are getting worse is fundamentally tied in with an economic system that doesn't help most people. When the situation stagnates, it doesn't really stagnate. When things are stagnating, it's getting worse. And even when number keeps going up, a lot of the time, number's only going up for one group of people. Right? Real wages in the United States stagnated like 50 years ago. So yeah, when your parents said things were getting worse, they were right. Why were they right? Well, because unions started getting disempowered, and all the good shit that was put into play in the 1940s to try to desperately stave off the rise of socialism, that stuff started getting repealed. We started moving back toward where we were in the Gilded Age, right? We started moving back toward the more aggressive form of aggressive exploitation that was happening during the industrial boom. It's not like people don't just think things are getting worse because for no reason. They think things are getting worse because, like, hey, when I went into college, it would be very easy for my parents to say, wow, things are getting a lot worse, because when I was going into college, the idea of me paying for my college tuition by working 8 hours near the college, like 8 hours a week near the college, not fucking possible. That's a crazy thing to think is going to be happening, right? So yeah, it would be totally reasonable for my parents when I was a teenager to go, wow, things are getting so much worse. The world is really on a bad track. Holy shit. Now, did my parents say that? No, not really. My parents were never the world is getting worse kinds of people. They never really said that. And even if they were, people of my parents' generation would be very unlikely to say life is getting... Actually, that's not true. My father did at some point explicitly say college is harder for you than it was for me. It's harder for you. Your life is going to have a harder start than mine did, and I don't understand all the ramifications of that. That is a thing that he did say at one point, right? I don't want to downplay. He didn't like. I don't know like how seriously he took that, but he did say that, right? But like that wasn't a component of the general like grumbling of, oh wow, the world's getting so much worse kind of business. That was just like a conversation we were having because we were talking about financial stuff. And I don't know, the dynamic is cursed. Ooh, a new sponsorship opportunity is live. Imagine me getting a sponsorship. Imagine that ever happening. Imagine that.
Ow!
No, they won't. The problem is that I don't... You know, that could happen. Look, the reason that people wouldn't give me a sponsorship is that I'm a really bad investment, okay? Right? Like, I think that, look, the people who gave me, like, a copy of Iratus, that company was taking a risk, okay? They were taking a risk in doing that. But, I mean, look, they made a good game that was up my alley, so I mean, it makes sense that they thought it was a worthwhile risk. But, like, a sponsorship deal involves, like, giving people money. It involves potentially being, like, associated in a way that, like, oh yeah, you know, we gave a free copy of a game to a bunch of people and one of them turned out to be crazy. You know, one of them turned out to be a Marxist. I'm not a Marxist. I am not a Marxist. I'm also not a Marxist-Leninist. I'm also not a Leninist. I'm also not a Stalinist. I'm not an anarchist. I'm not really a socialist. Though that's a blanket term that I'm probably more comfortable with. But not really any of those things, because my ideology is, shall we say, anarchist coded, but not complete. If you gave me complete dictatorial control over a country right now, I don't know what I'd do with it. Which is what I mean when I say I'm not, like, I don't have an ideology. Is like, I don't know what the correct thing to do in specific is, and I don't know what the exact end state we're looking for. But, like, if you were giving me influence, if you gave me power to do, like, some things, oh, well, I know things that I do, right? You know, move things more toward, you know, worker co-ops for one. I think worker co-ops work really well in the system that we have. I don't think that it's necessarily easy to make one country go like what's the word? Like, you can't, like, make one post-capital economy in a world full of capital economies. That's just not really a thing you can do, because, like, how do you deal with the economics between nations, right? You either have to have an incredibly powerful state, which is a bad thing. You don't want to have an incredibly powerful state. Or you mirror what companies look like in other places. So from my perspective, the better of those is not to have the incredibly powerful state, right? You don't want a China situation. You don't want increasingly the United States situation, though we aren't at China levels yet, but give us like 30 years. But the your Russias, your Soviet Unions, your like state economies, state capitalist economies. I think state capitalism is intrinsically, you give that power up to the state, and they're never getting rid of it. You're never getting that back from the state. So worker co-ops are nice because as a worker co-op, worker co-ops are not perfect. They don't solve all problems, right? And the specifics on how they need to be run to maximize like the democratic control within the organization and things like that. That kind of stuff, there's not that much study on. There's certainly plenty of good things that you can use as a template, but it's not like I'm an expert in that kind of stuff. But like, I think that transitioning all capital ownership into worker ownership just by doing worker co-ops, being like, okay, each of these companies is going to be worker owned, and then how do you get like the capital to start new businesses? Maybe new businesses are handled by, like, the investment there is handled by the state. Maybe. It's better than the state having a handle on everything in the economy. If they're just on the investor side, that's a lot better. And I would imagine that the state as investor is going to do a way better job of it in most circumstances than private companies as investors. Based off of just factual reality. Like, if you look at investment in the current world, R&D investment is exclusively done by governments. No private corporations invest in R&D. It's all paid for by a government, either via a subsidy or via the government just paying for the research to be done. It's just one of those two options. No private companies are paying for research, not in 2025. So with that being the case, like, I think that that's probably a good start, but like, that's not like a full coherent political ideology. That's not an end point. That's just like, okay, well, how do we start things moving in a direction that's more equitable? And that structural change is like probably the most fundamental structural change I would do immediately. There's going to have to be some sort of transition period, right? Like, you don't have that happen overnight. People need to draw up like corporate constitutions and things like that. There has to be there's processes involved, but that's a thing that can be fundamentally shifted overnight. You could snap your finger and make every corporation into a worker co-op overnight. It doesn't change the actual economy, the real economy of goods and services moving around at all. The only thing that changes is the investor economy, right? And the investor economy is honestly only relevant to people's lives because of how much money it spends ensuring that it's the economy that politicians pay attention to, right? The power is in the hands of investors, but they don't actually do anything useful for society for the most part, right? Most investors are currently investing in, like, killing us all using gigantic data centers that nobody needs or wants to just, like, raise the temperature of the planet. And then going, okay, well, what if we built a giant spaceship and went to Mars? And it's like, okay, well, I don't know how bad it's going to be in like this planet in 100 years. It's not going to be Mars bad. It ain't going to be Mars bad. I'll tell you that much. It ain't going to be Mars bad in 100 years. It'll be bad. It's not going to be Mars bad. You're not getting to Mars and going, oh, well, this is a much easier problem. Now, ideologically for them, that's kind of like a non-starter, because ideologically for them, the reason that the Earth is doomed is because the governments are regulating them and not because they're actively killing the planet. Which is kind of funny, but you will find that the people who are deliberately, like, saying, we don't have to care about... the things that we're doing, we know are going to kill everyone who's on this planet, and we don't care because we're going to be leaving this planet. Those same people actively believe the reason the planet is doomed is not because they have too much power. It's because they have too little power. That's the ideology of the people who are actively destroying the planet. It's kind of wild. I'm just now realizing I can't move these off of that water, can I? Because they're on the water and they can't escape the water. So there were some that I could get to come out, but for the most part, they can't leave the water. That's a concern. It is actually very similar to Lex Luthor, now that I think about it. Lex Luthor's whole deal is that Superman is going to destroy the world, and I hate Superman because he's going to destroy the world. But Lex Luthor is the one who's constantly, like, nearly destroying the planet. It's always Lex. Superman never almost destroys the planet. This isn't Marvel, right? We don't stand, like, weapons manufacturers in DC. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know anything about DC other than the movies. In the movies, certainly, there aren't any, like, fucking, like, arms manufacturers who are, like, valorized by the narrative, right? So it is very funny because, to a large degree, the way that I would describe the Superman Lex Luthor dynamic is honestly, like, Iron Man is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Iron Man is kind of just Lex Luthor. Like, he's not really that different from Lex Luthor. And, like, I could see a world where Lex Luthor sacrifices himself to protect the planet from an alien because he's the only one who can. I could see a world where he does that, right? He, like, that would feed into his God complex like nobody's business. I don't think it's likely, right? But I could see a world where he does that, right? Like, just as easily as I could see that world for Tony Stark. So, like, if he could spitefully kill himself in the process of killing Superman and proving himself right in some weird, obscure fashion, I don't know. I feel like there's a world where he makes that choice. Because if the alternative is that he's going to die anyway, right? Then it's not nearly as much of a sacrifice, right? Because it's like we're talking about a world-ending scenario in the first place. I don't know. I feel like Lex would do the snap too. I don't know. I feel like Lex and Iron Man are basically the same guy. Wait, is this working? No, it's not working.
That hurt. Can someone heal
Please.
me?
Please stop swapping me. Thank you. Fuck. Okay.
Can someone heal me?
Oh, we might be able to just kill you. Okay. If we get lucky, we can actually just kill that thing. We'll need to get... Okay, let's deal with that one first. We're not going to kill these yet. I think we maybe do the temple first, just because we have access to it. we'll figure out how to deal with those when we figure it out. It's fine. I'm sure that this isn't going to bite me in the ass. I mean, I have to kill them, but I also have to kill the other ones. I'm not using wyverns for everything, so it should be fine. But yeah, I really enjoyed the recent Superman movie. I don't think that they ended the movie on a strong point, and I think that that's not the fault of the ending so much as it's the fault of them opening up too many cans. Like, they had too many things that they were trying to do with the movie all at the same time, and they couldn't really do all of them. One thing that I will say with the ending that was a ball that they just simply needed to not introduce at the last minute. They needed to not introduce the V, right? I'm just not going to spoil what the V is, but like, there was a V that was a meaningful component of the climax of the movie that if they had just not made that V happen, like, it would have been a more coherent movie. There were other ways to accomplish their narrative objectives than to use the V. So if they hadn't used that V and they had instead, like, utilized existing plot elements in some way to get people to where they needed to be and do the things that they needed to do, it would have really changed the dynamic in a positive way, I think. And honestly, if I'm being honest, I almost feel like it would have gone hard to directly work against the this is the thing they couldn't do because they're making a superhero movie, so they have to have a bunch of fight scenes. I think it would have been interesting if they had reversed who was who in terms of where people went for the finale. If they had reversed directions, I think it would have gone hard. They could have even given some character growth to a character that throughout the narrative just didn't really have any, which would have been nice. Has everyone seen the new Superman? Does anyone care if it's spoiled at this point? Like, I didn't see it for a very long time for a variety of reasons, but like, it's like practically out of theaters at this point. It's probably fine, right? So the thing that I'll give like a thumbs up when I'm done talking about spoilers. So I'll just start talking about some spoilers more directly now, right? So there's a few things in the movie that were set up that weren't really resolved. The fundamental question that Lois Lane poses has an ending that I don't think is satisfying, which is Lois Lane basically, in her interview with Superman, says, "How do you know that you're not being a tyrant?" And his answer is vibes. And it's a bad answer. And he gets angry and he leaves. His answer is, well, I'm not a tyrant because I'm a good guy and good guys aren't tyrants. Basically, right? And that's a bad answer. It's not a very good answer. It's not a very compelling answer. And it's certainly not a answer that, like, engenders confidence in its truth, right? Saying I'm a good guy so I won't abuse all this power that I have even when I'm making decisions completely arbitrarily according to my own whims, and I don't intend to stop doing things according to my own whims. It's not a good answer. It's not a good answer. And he knows it's not a good answer, and that's why he rage quits the interview, right? That's fundamentally what happens in that interaction. And the resolution of that conversation is basically her telling him that she's bad at relationships, which is not... That's not a resolution to the core conflict that you just introduced at all, right? And it doesn't seem like it's going to be the resolution to the conflict that the movie presents, because the movie is generally smarter than that. So you're willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The problem is they never really come back to that. They never really circle back to why he's not a tyrant. Right? And the thing is that he's not wrong in the sense of he's not wrong to make the decisions that he has with the power that he has. Right? He has the responsibility with the power that he has to use it. If he doesn't use it, he is doing that. He is responsible for the bad things that people do that he doesn't stop because he has the power to stop it. Right? If there is like this bad shit that's going down in this other country and he doesn't put in the energy to stop it, he's partially responsible for that. He is responsible for that. He's not just responsible for the things he does. He's responsible for the things he chooses not to do. So neither of them are wrong in the sense of like they're both correct. They're both approaching problems, and there needs to be a not to go all Marxist on you, but there has to be a dialectic where these two opposing things come into friction and then result in synthesis into a new thing. Okay, not to go all Marxist on you or anything, but look, I'm just saying. I just wanted an excuse to make that joke. But basically, like, you have to be those two things do need resolution. She wasn't wrong for bringing up what she brought up. She wasn't too hard on him. She was the correct degree of hard. And the thing is that those are answers that he has to come up with, and we don't really see any evidence that he comes up with those answers over the course of the narrative. He doesn't really address that core issue over the course of the narrative, and that's unfortunate because it's an interesting question. And the answer to the question is not, oh, you should just do nothing. And the answer is not like, you are our God King, do whatever you want. And because you just happen to be a good guy, you'll never make a mistake. It's, you have the power of a god and the feeble brain of a person. And you need to, make the decisions that you're going to make with those two things in balance, understanding that you can make mistakes, and the mistakes that you make matter more than the mistakes that a normal person makes. You have to be more careful with how you exert your power than Jimmy does. Jimmy Olsen. Is his name Jimmy Olsen? Jimmy Olsen, I think. One of the random guys at the newspaper, who also has power and also can make mistakes with the way that he exercises that power, but who does not have the power to destroy the world, which Superman objectively has. He has the power to destroy the world, and he can do it accidentally. So, anyway, point being, that was a thing that really got brought up, but not very well addressed, in my opinion. I think that the stuff with his family got well addressed. I don't think that we necessarily need more. I would have liked to have seen a little more about, like, from the Kents outside of just, like, being kind of, like, stands for him, right? Because, like, obviously the fact that they care for him and are supportive of him is an important aspect, but I would have liked to see, like, either Pa or Ma Kent just do a random act of kindness for a person, just out of nowhere, like just for whatever reason, and it's like, that's where he gets it, right? Because he doesn't get it from the fact that they are good to him. He gets it from the fact that they're good to other people, right? So I would have liked to have seen that. That would have been a nice thing to see, but. So there were a few things that were not addressed as well as I would like. There's other things that, like the Kents, I think the Kents were handled fine. They're like a very minor element of the plot that I think is broadly handled well. They don't really do any missteps there. But like the V thing, it kind of comes out of nowhere where there's this like, okay, oopsie doopsie, we have to deal with this problem where like we're basically forming a black hole, and like it needs to be somehow resolved by Superman, who doesn't have the power set to do that. But you know who does have the power set to just do something about that is the Green Lantern. Like, actually, like, as soon as that was introduced as a problem, I'm like, okay, well, the Green Lantern's there, so he can do something about it, because that's kind of his deal. Right? That, like, literally, that's Green Lantern shit, because he can just manipulate reality however he wants. Like, this sounds like the kind of thing that squad of people, Green Lantern included, but like between Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific and all those people could handle this problem, right? And to the fact that they didn't, and they were instead sent to Borogravia, or whatever the name of Borogravia is in this one. I don't remember which random place it is. But having them get sent there is something that they almost have to do for the movie, because it's a Superman movie and you have to see Superman fight in the Superman movie, even though they did a really good job earlier of showing that the thing that's important about Superman is not that he fights, but the way that he protects everyone around him. The way, like, the fact that he saves the squirrel is actually the most important bit of characterization that we have for Superman in the entire movie. The fact that the fact that he like is trying to save the life of the monster that he's fighting, and that's why he's like struggling, is that he's in this fight and he wants everyone to survive the fight, is a core element of what makes the movie interesting. I think that's a core element of what makes Superman interesting, is that he has all this power, and it would be trivial for him to be a tyrant, but he's not a tyrant. He's a hero, and it's actually like really hard to be that. But it comes back to the question that, you know, with Lois is right. Like, okay, well, you have these great instincts, and it's important that you have these great instincts, but you should also reflect on those instincts and not be relying exclusively on those instincts when you're doing things. So in my perfect version of the script, we don't have any of the long extended things at the end. I don't understand what they were trying to do with Ultraman at all. I don't get it. You can't drop Ultraman from the plot easily, because you're dealing with like because the plot relies on him losing at the beginning, right? Like, but like, I don't know how you make the plot work without him, but I'm sure that you could come up with something that makes it so that, like, honestly, with the degree to which he's been shown to handicap himself throughout the movie, you don't need Ultraman. You could just have him fighting some really strong people who, like, it's difficult to, like, who are either mind controlled or otherwise, like, basically, like, the villains that he fights that aren't Ultraman at the end, that fight scene, that could be your villains. You could just have those be your villains and just have them be really strong, and he can't deal with them without killing them, and he doesn't want to kill them because he doesn't think that they're evil. And even if he thought they were evil, he still wouldn't want to kill them, but, like, he might be willing to anyway, right? But, like, the way that, like, the person who is, like pretty explicitly just, like, Luthor's slave, the casualness with which they used his life, I think it does do a discredit to the rest of the movie. It really does. It undermines the message a lot that they just randomly kill off the club. That to me is like, what the fuck are you doing? That scene was rough, because I'm like, no, you can't. It's like, and it comes down to, like, very, like, 90s, early aughts, like, and probably earlier than that, mentalities regarding like clones of treating clones as if they're not like really people, right? And it's like we are not given enough information about this guy to treat him like he's a true automaton, because he's clearly not a true automaton. This is not like a person with no brain. This is not like a person whose brain has been excised. Though maybe he was supposed to be, and maybe they cut that scene because they thought that the audience would be too stupid to understand the scene, so they cut it. If that was the intent, is that he doesn't actually have a proper brain in there and he's a literal automaton, okay. But with him just being a clone with brain damage who does what he's told because he's too dumb to know what the hell he's doing. Oh man, that's a, you know, that's not a good look for that to be the person that like Superman just casually kills, right? Like that's pretty rough. That's not a great look. But I think you could drop Ultraman from the plot without too much difficulty. And it would save you time to deal with the questions that are important. The questions of like, okay, are the decisions that Superman is making correct? Right? And it is funny that like the core to the message of Superman is this directly Marvel thing of with great power comes great responsibility, and that is the central question of the movie of like, what responsibilities do you have with this kind of power? And Superman's answer is all of it. I have all of the responsibilities, which I think is a great answer, but I just wish that they had explored it a bit better toward the end of the movie. I just think that they could have done more with it, and I think they could have done more with it if they had sent the Terrific team, if they had sent that team to deal with Luthor instead. And it also snubs Luthor. I actually love the idea of the end of the movie snubbing Luthor. And just being like, yeah, Superman was never going to show up because he's not the person to solve the problem that you created, and he's not in a personal vendetta with you. You're in a personal vendetta with him. He's trying to save the world. So he's off doing the thing that he's good at. We're here doing the thing that we're good at, and that means that we're the ones stopping you and not him. That would have been a fucking amazing ending. That would have been a great way to end the movie. Is the movie gets ended with all of the people who are not as powerful as Superman, but who do have the skills necessary to defeat Luthor, being the reporters who I almost did a thumbs up, being the reporters who do the thing, and being the other superheroes who have more appropriate skill sets for dealing with the time rift. It's not a time rift, but I guess it is. It's a space-time rift, so same difference. That would be great. That would be top tier. So, but overall, I think the movie was good. I think that they demonstrated a degree of like, I think they showed the difference between Superman and other superheroes very effectively with the way that they framed every fight scene except the last fight scene. Like, legitimately, I think that every fight scene outside of the last one, well, actually the last two, because I still don't actually understand what the hell was going on and what was going through his head when he was fighting the other two. So I don't actually understand that scene. I feel like something was missing from that scene, like something got cut that adds context that makes this behavior make sense. But do I just do the temple now? Is that what we do? I don't need to talk more about Superman. I'm going to give the thumbs up. Okay. We're done with the long, rambly spoilers. It's fine. We don't need to do more spoilers. We have 2 levels available. Let's go train. This is gonna be a really rough area. I don't know how we're gonna approach this. I suspect that this area is harder than I anticipated it was going to be because they can't get back on land. They can go out onto the water, but I don't think they can get back onto the land. So we might be able to thin the herd a bit by going into and out of the the temple a few times. I don't know. We got the axes, right? Yeah, okay. So everybody's got the dual wielding axe. Wait, we have a water resistance pedestal here that we didn't hit? Wow. We're very talented. Okay. We're going to grab the food as well. We're going to go train. Let's see what we can make happen here.
Practice makes perfect. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Also, how funny would it be if Silksong was actually released today while I was live? Give me a second. I don't think that that's what's going to happen. I'd be very shocked. But it makes sense. Let's see. Okay, it's still listed as to be announced. It makes sense. Like, from a marketing perspective, I would absolutely respect that move. I think it would be a very interesting choice. Okay, we're going to go into this temple.
How may we help you? Walk in the light. Goodbye.
Alright. Do we regen to 8? Yes. Do we... We've established that regen is actually important for specific types of things, so... let's pop axe. Do we pop staff? Yeah, because we're not going to get regen. Do we get regen to 8 anyway? Where is dodging expert? I think it's Bracada and Harmondale, so we're not getting it anytime soon. We'll just go here. As for you, Daggertooth should probably... This increases melee damage and there. Later Celestial. This restores spell points. Not super critical at the moment. We just don't have much to spend it on. We could pump arms. Oh wait, we need to pump leather. Wasn't there... Wait, the leather trainer's here, right? We need to find the leather trainer. Expert leather's in the same house as the axe person. Is that a fire? That's body. Okay. Okay, so we got expert leather. That reduces the recovery time that we have on you. And on you. Which is good, because we're so slow right now. It'll also give us a little bit of extra durability. Not a ton more, but some. And we'll pop this. So we now have water and body resistance. Hopefully the water resistance is useful. We'll see what this well does. Endurance boost. I love that for me. Let's see. We will check this one. Water resistance. Okay. That's pretty solid. It's not going to protect us against the water elementals, but it'll protect us against the lower ones by a considerable bit. Okay, did we check you? You are magic. My magic, rather. Here, expert in water. We can become experts in water. Does that give me a boost to the effectiveness of our damage taken reduction? That does give us water walking, but we don't have the spell, I don't think. So it doesn't really matter. You can check this.
Who needs it?
It is very funny that
We could sell it. Who needs
we have boots, hat, and hat as like everything that's dropped as armor. It makes sense that we wouldn't run into weapons we could use because we've deliberately limited our weapon selection down to just axes. So it's like it makes sense, but it's very funny to get 4 pieces of armor that I can't use when there's only 2 armor types that I can't use. That's not necessarily an appropriate way to frame it, but it's probably framing it that way probably undersells how rare it is rather than oversells, so I'm willing to make that exaggeration. So, we now have 2 dungeons to do. We can check if we can clear these water elementals. We have we have about half damage taken from water now. And I'm tired. But it is interesting. I'm curious to see if the audio aesthetic is an aesthetic that plays played up more. The audio design in Wuthering Waves I am curious about, because it seems like everything is like tied to words about sound. And in combat, I feel like it's when enemies attack, there's a distinct audio cue that allows you to easily dodge projectiles as well as like normal attacks. So I feel like you could if they've done a good job at what they're creating the aesthetic of, it's entirely possible that they have created a game that like you could blindfold yourself and still succeed in combat itself in a lot of circumstances, because you could just use the audio cues to know what you need to do, and your character is going to sort of like auto lock on to the enemies for the most part. So as long as you don't get too far away from the enemies, you can probably, and even then you have positionals, so you could probably use positionals if you got far enough away to get yourself back in the right direction. You might even be able to tell by audio how far the enemies are, now that I think about it. There's definitely directional audio, so you know which enemy is shooting projectiles, and I wonder if it's good enough. I'd be curious to see someone playing the game blindfolded. What I would mostly want to see is I would be curious to see like a person who's like a gamer who's blind doing a review of it. If I found a blind game reviewer, just a person who's blind who just plays games and just reviews them, they're coming from the perspective that they're blind, obviously. But like that doesn't need to be the focus of the channel. They could just be reviewing the games. That would be a very interesting channel that I'd probably watch every video in, just because it's a experience of looking at the world that I do not have. Like it's a way of interacting with your environment that I don't know anything about. Right? I have never had anyone in my life who is like significantly visually impaired. I know there's like degrees of blindness, from like complete and total blindness to like visual impairment that is functionally akin to blindness, where it's like everything's so blurry that it doesn't matter. Like you can see something, but what you're seeing isn't anything useful, right? Like data's coming in, but the data's too garbled to mean anything. So I don't know anybody who has that experience, and I'd be very curious to see, because I know that there are a lot of people who play games who are blind, and I'd be very curious to just know what they're doing. maybe they'd make a podcast or something. I'm trying to think of what they would, because making a video is kind of like an unusual thing for them to make, but like, because like an audio thing would be more likely. It would be kind of hard to set up the camera. Like you can still do it because you just have like people help you with that part, but like it wouldn't be necessarily the natural environment. Is your vision bad enough that like you wouldn't be able to make out what creatures are on screen without glasses? That's pretty rough. Because like if I wasn't wearing my glasses, I'm not anymore, but I used to be nearsighted before I used lasers to make it myself no longer nearsighted. And like I would struggle to read like text maybe without my glasses. Not maybe. I would definitely have struggled to. I probably wouldn't have been able to read text on a video game from the TV. I would from here, but not on a TV. From the couch. I don't know. I think that would be interesting. But yeah, so it all depends on how they implement it, because I will point out it is like a mobile gacha game. So just because they do a thing doesn't mean they do it well enough that it actually works. They do definitely have an audio aesthetic, but I don't know how that translates into the gameplay yet. I do feel like I have a sixth sense in combat for when things are going to happen that can be partially associated just to the sound cues, even this early in my play. But I don't know. But I've been pleasantly surprised. I was expecting it to be way worse. I was especially expecting it to be worse when it was like, the game starts up and the first thing I'm seeing is Booba. I'm like, okay, you didn't necessarily need to zoom in on her boobs as like the first thing that we see when we when we come back to consciousness. That wasn't strictly necessary, but it's fine. That wasn't strictly necessary, but it's fine. Like, look, I respect the hustle. I don't hate it. The like. The horny but sexless vibe is a vibe that I do not vibe with at all. I think that it's very silly. And I think part of that is because it seems so childish to me. Like, I'm 40. I've been having sex for like 25 years. Like, the idea of like being like the idea of like I was at some point in the past, like I was going into like a friend's house and like they were in a health emergency and they were topless because they're in a health emergency and yada yada yada. And like I remember like when they came to lucidity at one point, they apologized for being topless or whatever, and I'm like, man, this is like the last thing on my mind. This is 100% the last, and it's true. It's the last thing on your mind. So like in the beginning of the game, having this person getting all embarrassed about like doing medical treatment on someone who is like fucking drowning because it involves touching their body, and it's like they're like a person who does medical shit. It's like, come the fuck on, like grow up. What are you, 12? Like, what the hell is going through your head that's a relevant factor right now, right? And it's just one of those things where like the like anyway, I thought that it was funny, but for me, I mostly find the horny but sexless vibe to be like, I find it cringe, but it's not like a deal breaker for me or anything like that, right? I don't really care. It's fine for them to be horny but sexless. But Like, I would I prefer for there to be like some variety, where it's like some people actually are like, you know, chill and adults. Let's see. Teal shirt. Okay. It's interesting. It's been a while since I was able to just take off my glasses and not be able to transition to a different like visual setup that gives me way less useful information, but gives me fundamentally just different information as well. Anyway, the so far it's been pretty generic. It was really funny. I think the total count of voiced characters that I reached was 9 before we got our first guy who shows up in the narrative. So the first voiced dude shows up as the 9th voiced character, and it was really funny. I found that very, very funny. I'm like, yep. This is a harem anime. We don't need no boys in this place. It was very funny. But and again, I don't hate it. I don't give a shit. But it was very funny. But we did eventually get the dude, and he's like, he exists or whatever. And he didn't join the party or anything, though. He's just like some random dude that was there for like 3 minutes and is now gone. So we'll see. We'll see when we run into our next voice dude. Actually, no, wait. I think one of the generic guards actually is voiced in one of the cutscenes. So I do think that we got another dude who exists in this world canonically. Eventually. There was also, look, I found after the initial 6 people showed up, there was one dude who showed up, but he didn't have voice acting. He was a part of a side quest that I definitely wasn't supposed to be doing at the time. So, and which I actually mechanically could not do. It involved waiting until midnight, which is a mechanic that you don't unlock until later in the story. I think I could have done it by just advancing time, by just waiting, but I think it is like on the same 24-hour clock that I'm on. So I think that it would have, like, you're not meant to have time pass in-game unless you choose to have time pass in-game, basically. So anyway, so you're not supposed to do that part, and then the next part of the quest requires getting access to a thing that you don't get until way later, like after you've already talked to the second voice character the second voice guy that I talked about. But in general, I'm pretty content with it. I have no idea how the leveling system works because it's some shit that I saw in. It's similar to what I saw in, God, what's that other thing called that I played like a few minutes of? I don't know, some other gacha game. Like the gacha games that, like the gacha action games seem to have like a pretty consistent formula for how you level up your characters and stuff like that. Though that one is a turn-based RPG, actually. It's not even an action game. But regardless, it has the leveling scheme, and I just don't get it. I don't get it. Because you can level up your characters without using... Yes, Star Rail. No. It wasn't... Was it Star Rail? Yes. I think Star Rail has that system as well. I might be talking about another one as well. Yeah, I know you were talking about Honkai Star Rail. I'm trying to... there might have been another game that I played prior to that, but... Honkai Star Rail is probably one of the ones that has that same leveling system, or something akin to it. But I didn't actually engage with it at all, right? I didn't have to level up, so I never bothered to do it. So, like, all my characters are still using, like, level 1 weapons and are level 1. And it's also funny, there's a book that I read where the premise of it has to do with, like, a person being in a video game. Shocking, I know. I'm not going to go into the details. Okay, it's not a person from the real world. It's basically, like, the video game world is just a real world, and it is being colonized by people who are turning it into a video game. So the magic system has been, like, grabbed by this system that these people use to use this real place, this real world as a video game and manipulate its residents according to video game logic. It's really like a disturbing premise. Very good book. Anyway, point being, at one point, the premise is basically the protagonist is from that world and basically gets accidentally body swapped with a character who's with basically like the PC avatar that is created by one of the dudes and has no idea what's going on, and learns what's going on over time and has the battles with the infernal boxes. It's really great. It's a fun game. It's a fun book, but the God, what's it called? New Game Minus, I think is what it's called, by Sarah Lynn. Top tier, very very fun. And the at one point in that narrative, this is a very minor spoiler, the boxes start lying about what level enemies are to, like, inflate his ego. So it basically is like he engages in certain behaviors that makes the game, the boxes algorithmically determine that they need to lie to him about what, like, is happening. So they start, like, exaggerating all the numbers. So instead of, like, a level 5 wolf showing as a level 5 wolf, it shows up as, like, a level 35 alpha wolf, triple star, yada yada yada, right? So, like, to, like, exaggerate the feats of strength that you're accomplishing, basically, right? To make it seem like you're doing something really impressive and you're just fighting a random wolf. And the thing that's funny is that when I started up the game, I immediately went into a zone. Like, I just went the wrong direction deliberately. And the enemies there were, like, level 9 or 10. And I was like, that's interesting, because aren't I, like, level 2? These feel totally normal. And the thing that I was curious about is that I'm like... Because it's not like I was playing well. Like, I'm hitting R1 when I think I need to dodge, and... like 80% of the time I succeed, probably, but, like, it's not hard to succeed 80% of the time with these low-level enemies. I guess maybe they're coded with the assumption that if you don't dodge a single attack for the entire time because they're low-level enemies, you can get through 3 or 4 packs at level 1. But, like, anyway, the reason that I thought it was interesting is because it's like fighting level 10s at level 2, you're usually dealing with, like, a really sizable difference in power at that point. And I don't know if it has to do with the way that, like, gacha game power systems work, where it's expected that you're going to get to, like, level 15 before you ever interact with the leveling system. And so, like, because you just don't know what it is, right? It's not like a thing that happens automatically. Or I guess it does, but not to a huge degree. Hey, Tape Drive. But I just don't know if it's that or if it's the game just, like, going, ooh, these are super high level and spooky. You better be careful. And they're identical to, like, the level 2s that I've already fought. So I don't know whether, like, I'm having my ego massaged or if it's just like a natural component of the way that the leveling system works, where they're just like, okay, well, we can't have too much scaling on the early game enemies because the power scaling expectation is that you only really start scaling in power once you have started interacting with the system, so you won't start seeing real power scaling on the enemies until like level 20 or higher or something like that. I did almost die at one point because I didn't actually know how to heal myself. Like, it was kind of explained how to heal, and I during the tutorial, and I just kind of assumed that I didn't need to do that as the only way that I was going to heal. There were consumables that I had that I could have used, but like it was interesting because there was no passive regen at all. So like I'm wandering around and I'm in this area with all these enemies that I'm not really supposed to be fighting, doing all this shit, and then I'm like, I have like 1 hit's worth of HP left on both of my characters. I should probably figure out how I'm supposed to heal. And eventually I wandered over to the place that I needed to be to heal, but you know what? I'm actually going to try to kill you and then run back, because I'm in a worse position than I started, so there's really no reason to continue. Okay. Okay, you did in fact die. I was hopeful that I would survive just because of the damage reduction from the water. But yeah, I don't think that I would ever really stream it, because I don't think that it would be that interesting for me to stream it. Most likely, like, it would be something that I could hypothetically stream if like I had nothing more interesting to do, but I always have something more interesting to do. I could always be doing a new run, right? I can always be doing something. So I doubt that it's ever going to be the most interesting thing that I can do with my stream time. But I'm actually enjoying it. I actually, like, I'm like, oh, this is just like a perfectly serviceable action game, right? Like, the protagonist I really like. They have a horny design, right? But again, I don't have anything against horny designs. It's fine. You can make a horny design. But it's like, she looks like a shinobi, which I think is interesting. I think it's interesting that it's a game that's very Chinese. There's a lot of the voice actors, the English voice actors, I think are struggling to pronounce the names of things in a lot of this dialogue. I have a suspicion that some of these takes are multiple takes, where they had to sit this person down and just be like, okay, chicha, or okay, say this one more time, chicha, right? Which I don't think is an actual word that they're using, but it sounds vaguely Chinese. Don't worry about it. I don't know any Chinese, so. And I don't know if they're speaking like I don't know if this stuff is Mandarin or if it's like Cantonese or what like language they're doing. I'm guessing probably Mandarin, like, because the developer itself seems to be a Chinese developer. They say Hong Kong on some of their stuff, but when I looked at the developer, they don't seem to be based in Hong Kong. They seem to be based in mainland China. So I don't know what the heck is going on there. Maybe they just like are saying Hong Kong because it's like, if they say Hong Kong, people will get less likely to have like a negative interpretation. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. But like, I can't tell like offhand. I don't know what Cantonese sounds like. No one speaks Cantonese in Singapore, right? So like, I wouldn't be able to tell you, because I think Cantonese is what people predominantly speak in Hong Kong, right? Hong Kong language. But Chinese isn't a language, friends. Let's see here. Cantonese region. So the Pearl River Delta is... Okay, so I think Guangzhou is where this place is based. So... it's possible... So I don't know. Basically, what I'm saying is I don't know whether the things that they're saying are based off of like Cantonese or Mandarin or whatever. But it's interesting because the protagonists are very non-Chinese coded to me. The Femsi is a shinobi. Like, she's just a shinobi, right? Like, she's very clearly like every shinobi you've ever seen kind of character design. Like, she's very emblematic of a shinobi. And I guess I'm looking for Kunoichi, but but kunoichi are shinobi. But anyway, he's very kunoichi vibe. And I don't think I've ever seen any Chinese media that has like an equivalent to that, so I feel like it's deliberate, because the protagonist doesn't come from the world that they're in. So I think that it makes a lot of sense to think that they would be from like foreign parts. The dude looks to me more like reminiscent of like what I would expect from like a Korean game than a Japanese game, honestly. Like so I'm curious if they're both meant to be Japanese, or if it's like they're both just meant to be kind of like foreign. And they chose like the kunoichi design for her, and they chose like a Korean schoolboy look for the other. I don't know. This design on the FemC is a very strong design, and the design, like, it's like, this is a design where it's like, you know who this is, and then the design for the dude is he's just wearing like a, whatchamacallit, he's just wearing a shirt. Like, he's like wearing a shirt and pants. Like, he's just like a normal dude. Like, it's very funny. It's very funny. Like, look, he looks sharp. He looks sharply dressed. I'm not saying that he looks bad. I'm just saying it's funny that she looks like she's straight out of Ninja Gaiden, and he looks like he just got off of school. I'm just like, he just got out of class, and you know, she just got off of like killing some giant wasp monster. It's funny. But they both don't necessarily look like super. They don't necessarily match the vibe of everyone else, which I think is interesting. Particularly her, because like obviously her look is very strongly characterized. Whereas like I don't know what like if I was watching I don't know what like a Chinese school uniform looks like at all. I have no idea what they would be wearing, and I've never seen any media that entails that, right? Let's see. Well, the protagonist isn't from a different region. They are from they're extraplanar, right? Like the protagonist is like a god or something, right? Like, so it's possible that we'll see more of the world, and as we see more of the world, they'll have different like regional stuff. It's just that for right now, we have an extraplanar entity that shows up and is clearly Japanese, and we have a very, very Chinese setting outside of that, right? And again, there's nothing about that other than that it's interesting. It's an interesting design choice that I think is cool. Would I be as cool with it if a Japanese developer made the god that comes in from outside the plane be Japanese and all of the mortals are Chinese? No, I think that would be cringe. But it wasn't made by Japanese developers. It was made by Chinese developers, so it's fine. It's fine. It's going good, Adoring Bro. We're doing, slow but steady wins the race. While we talk about, silly nonsense games. We were talking about Wuthering. What is it? Wuthering Heights? Is that what it's called? Shit, what is its name? Also, what is Wuthering Heights? Wuthering Heights is some old book, right? Why do they call it Wuthering Waves? What does wuthering mean? I've never heard wuthering outside of the context. It was published in 1847 by Emily Bronte. Of weather characterized by strong winds. It's a wuthering day in the moors today, so basically it's windy. Okay, so wuthering is windy. Good to know. Windy waves. windy wind. That's an interesting interpretation. That's an interest. I wonder what that means. Okay, we're going to go into a deep dive into the etymology of wuthering so we can figure out what the heck the developers were doing when they used the word wuthering to refer to water. It's an interesting choice. It's an interesting choice. Okay. We got out. I think we killed 2 low tiers there, like 2 bottom tiers. Slowly but surely, we work our way through these. Unfortunately, we then have to figure out how to get through the other ones as well. But I'd like to actually get access to the Titan Stronghold here, so that we can just, like, clear it out. Yeah, this is from 7. We're basically we're in Avlee trying to clear out the water elementals, which it turns out is way easier when you use the shrine, or not the shrine, the pedestal and the well to give yourself like plus 70 water resistance. But it's still not easy. It's not easy because they can't come off of the water is the problem. So since they can't leave the water, I'm limited in the ways that I can manipulate their behavior. I don't even know if these can get into this area. They might not be able to get to here because I think that area is considered land. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to get into something not shallow, I think, because you can just walk across. Yeah, they can't get here. They can't even move there. Okay. That's interesting. Also, though, we do have all of the enemies on this side cleared. So we could go here. And then we could approach from this direction instead, maybe? That's not helpful. Going down the cliff is going to be too slow. But that's not too bad. We take a few hits, but and we might be maybe we can block all those. We might be able to block those. If we get on the other side of this thing, I think we're golden. The fact that we now know that we don't have to worry about the enemies coming across the thing is good. Yeah, going directly away from there. Let's see. It's not in this. This is Maw. In Maw, you take just a percentage reduction in damage. The original resist system has been replaced with a new system for this. If this was vanilla, I wouldn't be getting killed this much. The homing projectiles go hard in situations like this. Yeah, the, percent chance of reducing damage by, what is it? It's like halving damage. I think it halves damage each time, and then, it just keeps rolling. Yeah, the damage resistance now is just like flat damage reduction. There's also flat damage reduction for physical from armor. So armor both gives you a chance for the enemies to miss and gives you a flat mitigation of the damage dealt. So there's an RNG and a non-RNG component to physical damage now. Magic damage just doesn't have any... I mean, it has a random component in the damage, the base damage, I think. Like, there's still a damage roll, but there isn't a, there isn't a defense roll. they going to come to me now? That would be convenient. It definitely makes it more consistent when you're dealing with such high damage numbers. Because if you scale things up at a certain point, like you can't really have it be random, a chance to do 0 damage. Like if you have like 3 orders of magnitude between the lowest damage and the highest damage possible, and there's a chance that you take the maximum damage and a chance that you resist it, like the resistance at a certain point becomes very silly, right? Whereas like the numbers in the original Might and Magic are all fairly small, right? Like the scaling doesn't get crazy. I think dragons still deal like double-digit damage, right? Do they deal triple-digit damage? I think they maybe have a variance between double and triple-digit. There's a lot of D10s and D20s, I think, which have very large variance. Okay. Let's see. Well, the heavily armored characters would say that's not a problem. That's a feature. That's the intent. They're like, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, dealing with the variance in how tanky characters is a challenge that a lot of games have to deal with. I know that a lot of games these days are just like they just are like, I don't even want to bother with it. So they'll do like the Final Fantasy Tactics thing, where it's like, okay, well, your heavy armor doesn't give you any more actual mitigation. Instead, what it does is it increases your max HP. Deal with it. There's no such thing as mitigation, just have more HP to play with. I don't know how many games have done that since Final Fantasy Tactics did it, but I'm going to venture a guess that somebody did it at some point, and I can point to them, because I'm now realizing that Final Fantasy Tactics was 1 billion years ago. That's not exactly a new trend. These incredibly hot 1999 trends or whatever. Just really picking up steam in the post-Steam era. Or I guess the Steam era. Okay. We have a problem. The worst part is that we don't get anything for killing these because they're all in the water. Let's see. Life is sad. What else? Do I have any other hot takes? Not really. I don't think. The plot has continued to be fairly generic so far. I don't have anything of particular interest to say about the plot. Like we'll see where it goes, but it's like pretty standard, like for the genre of like, okay, well you're some sort of vague god creature that is back and doesn't have a memory. Like AFK Journey did that too, where you're this like godlike being with no memory who just inexplicably acts like a like a 15-year-old in an anime for some reason. That's the thing that's really funny, is that you're playing as like a character who's like canonically like some sort of god, right? And you're always playing as this character who's like basically a god, but who's like so insecure and so like, you know, it's just so pathetic. It's so funny. It's like, oh wow, I had no idea that genderless gods from the astral plane would have the same kinds of like weird like hang-ups that, you know, high schoolers stealing their parents' credit cards do. That's crazy. That's crazy that they worked out that way. Look, I know their target demographic. I know the target demographic. I actually don't know that at all. If I had to make the assumption, I would say that the target demographic is insecure middle-aged men who have a lot of money but who are very unsatisfied with their lives. It's probably a very similar dynamic to the people who are doing a lot of other weird shit. Honestly, that's probably the core demographic, because you're looking for people who. So, this is the thing when you're making these kinds of games. There's the people that you make the game for there's the people you make the game for. And then there's the people you make the monetization system for. And some games, that's the same group of people. Sometimes it's the same group of people. Other games, I don't think it's the same group of people. Because when you make a game, you're always making the game for a specific subset of rich people who believe that money is... that basically being able to spend money on a thing is itself a virtue, and like that you have done something. That spending money on a thing is doing that thing, right? That's the dynamic of people that you're looking for universally with a gacha system, right? The payment system, that's who you're looking for, is someone who believes they can buy a sense of self-satisfaction, that they can purchase a self-respect. That's what they're looking for, is the ability to purchase self-respect. Not even like the respect of their peers. They're looking for the ability to purchase self-respect. That's who they're looking for. And the reason that I say that is I'm not trying to shit on the people that they're targeting for this. The reason I'm saying that is because those are the people who you can get tens of thousands of dollars from. Plenty of people interact with gacha payment systems. They don't care about any of those people except the people that are paying tens of thousands of dollars. The people paying tens of thousands of dollars are the people they make the game for. The entire reason the system exists, the entire reason the gacha games exist, is to be specifically preying on those people. Anyone else, there's no intent for there to be crossfire here. Anyone that doesn't meet those specific criteria is not the people they're making the game for. Whether you enjoy it or not doesn't matter. And it specifically doesn't matter because a lot of games, you see a very significant, in my opinion, disconnect between the gameplay and that ethos. The gameplay itself doesn't really lend itself necessarily to that. Like, as an example, like, I don't think that, like, AFK Arena needs to be as good as it is as a strategy game to justify the monetization system. So what's happening with that game, in my opinion, is that the developers are making the game that they want to make and then attaching the monetization system to it. And the monetization system is the way by which they are able to make the game that they wanted to make. But I don't think that the entire game is cynically made for the purpose of, like, exploiting that demographic. The monetization system is designed for that, and then a game is attached to it, and the people developing the game are not the people developing the monetization system, right? So that's the way that that's the dynamic from my perspective, is that, like, you have I don't know how these got back on land, because it would be really nice if I had been able to do that with all of them. I'm going to try to kill this. We're going to succeed in killing this. Are we in the green? We're in the green. Whew. So anyway, the point being that this game, when I played Genshin, I will tell you that I could tell who it was made for. I could tell that this was made for people that don't actually want, like, fidelity in their combat system, who are not necessarily aware of the direction that the genre has gone in the last 25 years. Like, that the people that it was targeted toward were not the people that are necessarily the most savvy with regards to stuff. And look, you can be as savvy as you want. You're gonna enjoy things that you think are garbage. That's a thing that's gonna happen, right? It's very easy to, oh, they got bopped in. They got bopped in by going out of bounds. They went out of bounds and then bopped back onto the island, I think that's how they got on the island. Okay. I think that's the dynamic. Anyway, so the point being that, like, you can enjoy things like Genshin without, like, while also having played Devil May Cry, right? But, like, if you've played Devil May Cry and you've played, like, a bunch of, like, modern, action games and, like, a bunch of action games that have come out pre-modern and things like that, like, you know that what you're playing is, like, kind of oof, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, this is very, very basic. The interaction between, like, the systems is kind of the UI is kind of like, okay, well, what decade are we in? Like, you are familiar with all that kind of stuff, right? But you can still enjoy it because it's like, it's art, right? Like, just because something is, like, not as polished as, like another game doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it, right? There's all sorts of garbage that I enjoy, okay? Could I tell you what any of it is offhand? No, actually I couldn't. What do I enjoy that's really garbage? What is my garbage? No, it turns out I just have impeccable taste, and everything that I love. Everything that I love is not garbage, and is in fact top tier and amazing. I'm sorry, that's not true. I'm just not coming up with the garbage that I like right now. But, like, I also enjoy a lot of games that are not garbage, but are, like, kind of right. And I give a lot more. I give a lot more credit to small game developers than to others. Right? There's some stuff that I've played that, like, if I was playing, like, Ender Lilies, and Ender Lilies was made by a AAA studio, I wouldn't be playing Ender Lilies. I just wouldn't, because it's like, why would I bother, right? Like, this is not polished enough to justify the fact that you had a team of 200 people working on it. What are you doing? But that's a personal, thing on my part. That's not, like, intrinsic to anything. It doesn't. You don't need to give more leeway to indie devs than you give to other devs. So, like, as an example, I would say that Genshin Impact and Ender Lilies have similar issues, in terms of their stuff. Okay, that's a little. Okay. Ender Lilies doesn't have the kind of UI problems that Genshin Impact has. Genshin Impact has some really egregious user interface issues that, like, I find it difficult to imagine, like, how they fucked it up that badly. The fact that you can't move the user interface with the fucking D-pad is crazy. Like, you can't navigate menus with a D-pad? Good. Oh my god. Anyway. But the game that I'm playing, but anyway, point being, stuff like that makes me feel like it's a very cynical game. That feels very, very cynical to me when, like, you're making a game and you don't bother to, like, implement the UI properly, and you've been having these issues that people have been complaining about with, like, really basic UI functionality for, like, years. Because, like, I'm looking at the Reddit threads, and the Reddit threads are so old. The Reddit threads for the problems that I'm having on day one that you see as soon as you open up the game, and they just don't care. Because anyone who's going to be turned off by that, they're not monetizing anyway. Right? Whereas, like, with the Wuthering Heights game, I didn't run into anything on day one that tells me this game just isn't for you. Right? Like, I'm sorry, but you have taste, and therefore you just don't belong here. Right? It's not telling me you're wasting my time. That's not the angle that they're going with, right? Which is something that you do see in, I would say, probably a fair number of gacha games, right? But it is interesting. But it is also, the two games are very dissimilar in some ways, right? Like, I didn't get the impression, God, I sure hope, Genshin doesn't get horny, does it? Does Genshin Impact ever get horny? Like, does it? Because, like, that the like design of it has, like, very chibi vibes to it. Like, the protagonist looks like they're 13 or something, right? Like, the game never gets, like, horny character design, does it? Because, like, if Genshin gets horny character design, that's like But the so, like, the fact that the game, the Wuthering Heights game is we have Genshin enjoyers in chat. We might not, actually. Asher Kitty might have fled at some point. We have someone in chat who can tell me if it ever gets horny. The game that I'm playing right now, the first thing that it does is tell you, okay, we're very horny. And then the second thing it says is, okay, yes, we might be horny, but we're also sexless. We're also sexless. No one in this world is comfortable with, having any physical contact with any other person under any circumstances. So that's the second thing we learned. So we know, okay, horny but sexless. We've got that vibe going. So if you want horny but sexless, you're set. If you are really like, no, thank you, I don't want horny, or thank you, I love horny but also sexless, no, I'm sorry. Then you know to get out of there, right? But but it hasn't done anything that, like, tells me, okay, well, get out of here. Your standards are too high. I still can't believe that that the tutorial in Genshin Impact doesn't even tell you that the slime exists, much less why you're fighting it. There have been some UI issues in the game that I'm playing where trying to track, like, what you're supposed to do for some of the side quests can be a pain in the ass, because you have to, like, navigate to, like, a whole ass menu to activate the side quest, and it's, like, just a pain. So I've, like, tried to do some things without, like, the UI guiding me toward it, and it's not trivial. I actually ended up getting a collectible that I thought was the thing that I needed to finish a side quest. It's like a parkour side quest where you're not allowed to touch the ground, which is pretty cool. But the problem was that there was like a shiny object on top of a thing, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm supposed to go there. So I went to go grab the shiny object, and I didn't need to, and it was a lot harder than I expected it to be to get it, because you're not allowed to touch the ground. It's not part of the normal path. It's off the normal path of what you're supposed to do for the quest. So, oops. Some mistakes were made on my part. So, but there are some like minor UI element issues that are not like, they're not a huge deal, but where it's like, man, just let me track 5 quests at once, because you're giving me multiple quests at the same time. Just let me track all of them. Just show my quests on the map. Like, you don't need to show them on the mini map, but at least show them on the main map. Like, having only one quest visible on the map at a time is like crazy. And it's not crazy. It's just like not great, right? That's not optimal from my perspective. Well, no, the user interface issues that, like, the UI issues that Genshin has are Genshin's problem, okay? Like, that's Genshin's problem. The UI issues that they have in this game, to me, I feel like it's more of, like, in order to... This is a thing that makes a lot of sense on the phone, and it's not a mechanical issue. It's more of like how many, like, it's the difference between, like, okay, this is a game you're playing on the phone, so you're expecting to do like a couple minutes at a time, and you don't want to, you can't fill the UI with data because the UI is tiny. Like, there's stuff like that that's like, okay, I understand why you would want to do that, but bear in mind also AAA games sometimes do this as well. The balance between filling your AI with too much bullshit, filling your UI with too much bullshit versus not quite enough. Like, it's a design, like, it's not like a problem on a fundamental level. It's a design philosophy, like, mismatch between what I want the design to do and what it's doing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they made, like, a bad decision, right? Like, there weren't necessarily bad decisions made there. It's just that it doesn't quite do what I want it to do, necessarily. Versus, like, okay, well, you can't navigate menus if you're using a controller unless you're willing to use an analog stick. Like some sort of, like, maniac. Like, who uses an analog stick to navigate a menu? That's crazy to me. You have to tilt your thing down just enough. There's no distinctness between your motions. Like, crazy. Like, each like menu option is a discrete option and should have a discrete button press to make it happen. Madness. I don't know where this came from. I'm assuming it's like because the Xbox controller is terribly designed. That's what I'm just going to assume, is that it's an Xbox controller issue where people can't use the D-pad on the Xbox controller, so they get used to it. I'm realizing it's probably Nintendo. I'm realizing it's a Nintendo problem. It's probably a Nintendo issue. I would love to blame the Xbox controller, but it's probably Nintendo. Let's see. Yeah, so far I've been enjoying myself. I'm curious about, like, the way that the different characters do their things, because, like, apparently they have, like, different roles in combat, and I am like, okay, well, the only person that I have access to right now who's meant to do DPS is the person who uses guns, and I'm just not... I'm not for that life. I'm sorry. I'm not for that gun life. No, thank you. You know? Not to be, you know, rude to the Gundams in chat, but no. No guns for me. No guns. Gun? Damn, no. Damn, no isn't a thing. But yeah, so I'm curious to see like what the protagonist's like role is, because like it uses a couple of terms that I don't actually understand to describe what they do. I think they maybe paralyze enemies when they come in and out of combat or something. So like I'm like legitimately quite curious if like the DPSers have less like ability to hit stun enemies and shit like that. So like maybe if I had to guess, I would say you probably do setup with... So we've been introduced to a stagger mechanic. I really wish that Astro Kitty was in here so that I could ask Astro Kitty how much of this stuff is in Genshin. Because I can't play Genshin is the problem. I wanted to do a more thorough review of Genshin, but they won't let me play the game because in order to play the game, I need to kill some helpless creature for no reason, and they just want me to kill some random thing. It's like, okay, well, there's this innocent animal that just pops up behind you, and it's just there, and it's just chilling, and it doesn't attack you, it doesn't do shit. Use an elemental blast to evaporate it from the world. It's like, whoa, buddy, calm down. Like 3 seconds ago, a god was telling you that you need to get your hubris in check, and you're just out here obliterating wildlife with fucking power you don't deserve? Okay. Calm down. Look, we got the good ending in Genshin Impact is the thing, but getting the good ending in Genshin Impact means not playing the game. The good ending is my version of the protagonist took what the god said to heart and said, you know what? Maybe I'll become a farmer. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm just going to become a farmer. It's fine. It's chill. The good ending to Genshin Impact in my universe is like Animal Crossing. That's the good ending. We got there. Look, it doesn't take a lot. I'm so easy to please in this regard, okay? It doesn't take a lot. You need to give me the slightest bit of... You want me to go on a killing spree and kill every creature within a 5-mile radius. It's so easy to do it. Just make them attack me. It's like, okay, well, they attacked me. It's fine. They attacked me. It's chill. Right? I feel perfectly justified in this, right? That's all you need to do. The fact that they give you the tutorial enemy and it doesn't even pretend to attack you. Like, it would be one thing if it did its normal attacks, and then, like, it didn't do any damage. Like, it does 0 damage with its attacks because this is a tutorial enemy. You don't want people dying to the tutorial, right? Like, it makes sense, right? But, like, you have to have it do the attacks. I do think that part of it is that, like, Genshin has, like, a very kid, like, coded, like, child TV coded vibe to it. I do feel like there's an angle with, like, children's media, like, children's video games. I feel like sometimes have you absolutely slaughtering incredibly cute, innocent-looking creatures that don't even really fight back. And they do it deliberately because they don't want to scare the kids with something spooky. But it's like, well, you're the spooky thing. You're the one going around murdering everything. Which Toby Fox, I understand you. Toby Fox, I see you. I understand you. I should probably play Deltarune at some point. Is Deltarune finished now? Is that like an actual finished project now, or is that still mostly incomplete? Because I would like to do Deltarune at some point. I did the initial demo of it at some point on stream, I think. But it would be fun to do the other half. But yeah, I mean, that is like the premise of Undertale, right? Is like you are the scary thing, actually. you're the thing with all of the power, you, a child human, are actually really scary, look at the shit that you do, is like, that actually hits hard, because that's like, if you're in a video game world, the scariest thing in that world is a human child. A human child in the real world, not in that world. And it actually, oh man, it just works. It just works. I'll be honest, when I think about Undertale, I think of it in terms of its own universe. I don't usually think about it as necessarily its symbolism toward the industry as a whole and toward gaming as a thing. The idea that the scariest thing is a human child playing a video game in that world, if you're in the video game, it's true. It's true. Look. Some are saying that Undertale was pretty good, actually. That game was good, and I'm agreeing. That was actually a really good game. I played it once. I'm never gonna play it again. Never gonna play it again. Because I got the good ending. And the game calls attention to, you could restart whenever you want. You could take this ending away from these characters. You could make this no longer canon. You have that power. And I'm not going to. And it's not real. They're not real people, right? But you gotta respect the art, right? Like, as an artistic choice, within the context of the meta-narrative of Undertale, I have no interest in playing it again, because I played it, I got the correct ending that I wanted to get, and which is the pacifist ending. Played the game, got the pacifist ending, and that's all I need. Right? We got everybody to the canonical state where they need to be, and we don't need to put them through that shit ever again. Right? Which, again, they're not real people, so they're not really being put through that again. But the meta-narrative of us as a player, rewinding time and undoing things, is part of the meta-narrative, right? It's part of the meta-narrative of the game. And you don't have to buy into the meta-narrative. You can just not buy into it. But a core component of how I engage with media is I like to engage with the narrative and the meta-narrative very deeply. Like, to me, that's the point, right? That's the point of engaging with the narrative at all. Like, I don't engage half-heartedly with narratives usually. I'm usually not paying attention to them at all because I just don't have an interest, or I'm engaging hard and I'm like, okay, we're thinking about this. This whole thing is being turned onto this narrative, and that's a scary place to be because when that thing gets turned onto, the narrative frameworks, okay, I've got opinions, I've got strong opinions. And so usually most narratives that I interact with, most that I engage with, I've got opinions. However, sometimes you really get rewarded for that. I feel like Undertale is the kind of game that the narrative is more rewarding if you engage deeply with it on a meta-narrative level, and don't just think of it as like a self-contained story, but a story that you continue to take with you outside of it, right? Like, you take it with you for the rest of your life. Whereas, like, for me, canonically, the pacifist ending continues to be true so long as I never play the game again. Right? That is simply the canon state of the world for as long as I live, because that's where I, as the person with the time powers, as the ability, with the person with the willpower to reload, I have that power. Not the fucking character in the game. Kara doesn't have that power. I choose that. I choose that. Kara doesn't. Kara doesn't choose shit. Okay? That fucking loser, Kara. Kara's the name of the protagonist in the game. Chara. I think that's their name? Is that only their name in Deltarune? Do they have a name in... Do they have a canon name in Undertale, actually? I don't actually know. They might not have a canon name in Deltarune. Or, sorry, in I think they're named Kara. Doesn't matter. Either way, it was a good narrative. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing a bit more of this game, and I'm looking forward to getting to the point where I'm disappointed and wandering off, or getting to the point where I just am like doing other shit and don't want to bother continuing it. It's not like this Wuthering Heights game is not like it's not a Game of the Year contender for me yet. Though I will say the sound design, if they did a really good job with it, I could see a world where you say, actually, this is like a top tier game. I could see that if they did a good job with it, but I don't know that they did or not. Like, I don't really know. I remember when I was watching a movie recently, and I actually recommended it to a friend of mine specifically because I was like, I feel like the sound design of this movie was really, really good. And I know that that's your jam, so I'm recommending this to you. It's only happened once in my life. Because, look, in order for your sound design to penetrate my skull and really, like, resonate with me and be like, oh, actually, wait a second, you've done some really impressive shit with this, I feel like you have to, like, you have to have a very particular set of skills. Like, I have, like, a head for music in some ways, but, like, not in the way of, like, oh, wow, the sound design of this is, like, really amazing. Like, think about the way that it utilizes sound to do this, that. Though I will say that I am literally been talking about that with the Wuthering Heights game. So there is that. But that's just because they call everything sound. Everything has a sound name, okay? Like, they're telling me narratively to pay attention to the sound, so I'm paying attention to the sound, okay? And yes, is the movie in question about a singer, and so it is also explicitly, narratively telling me to pay attention to the sound? Yes. Is that why that the sound stands out to me? Probably. Do I think they did a great job with it? I hope so, because otherwise I gave a bad recommendation. I'll have to get them to tell me if I was right or not, Because I don't know, I just hear the thing. I just hear the noises and I go, ooh. And then I hear the noises and I go, ooh. This is the duality of man. Hear noise, go ooh. Hear noises, go ooh. Oh, that's rude. He shot me around the corner. But yeah, on the plus side, when Silk Song comes out, that'll probably be the end of the... that's not going to be the end of the gacha arc. We're going to continue talking about random bullshit in the gacha games, probably. I just think it's fun. I think it's fun to go into, like, I'm like... You might not know it by seeing me play Might and Magic 7 and 8 over and over and over again exclusively for 6 years. But, like, I do play a lot of different games of a lot of different genres. Like, I have a lot of gaming experience, and I have, like, a lot of thoughts about a lot of those genres. And so it's interesting to, as someone who has avoided, like, mobile games, because I just, like, man, if I'm going to play a mobile game, I'm going to play Sudoku, okay? Like, why would I play, like, Final Fantasy VI on a phone? I have a computer, okay? Like, calm down. Look, I have my PS1 still. I can pull out my copy of Final Fantasy VI and play it on that. I don't need to play it on a fucking phone. So, and look, I am always at home, so I have that advantage going for me. But even when I was doing modeling and I was constantly out, like I was out all the fucking time, even when I was doing that, like, I'm playing Sudoku. I was doing exclusively Sudoku. I was like reverse engineering how you're supposed to play Sudoku. Like it's kind of like with like a Rubik's Cube. Like there's a way that you're supposed to approach the problem of a Rubik's Cube, and I'm not looking that up. I've never had an interest in looking up how to solve Rubik's Cubes. I've never had any interest in doing that. I've always been more curious. I actually got a spoiler on how to solve Rubik's Cubes recently. Someone mentioned something about a cross, so I now have some idea of how to... I guess I just gave a spoiler for something about how to solve a Rubik's Cube. I don't really know what it is, but something involving a cross. Someone mentioned it. Look, some people are saying that this is related. And, so anyway, similarly... Like, I am terrible at Sudoku, right? I can solve, like, the, like, kinds of problems that they put on, like, the extreme difficulty for Sudoku on, like, a phone, which I assume is, like, bottom tier of, like, actual Sudoku difficulty. Like, I can do that, but it takes me, like, a month. Right? Like, I'm doing those puzzles over the course of a month on my phone, right? Where it's like, okay, well, I have, like, 10 minutes. I'll dick around with this and stare at this and try to figure out, like, what strategies I had come up with in the past for how to deal with, like, certain kinds of patterns and stuff like that. But, like, coming up with what do these patterns imply is the fun part about Sudoku. So if I looked up how to actually do a Sudoku puzzle, it would just be really sad, because then I'd be like, okay, well now I don't get any joy out of Sudoku. I'm just like doing the thing that I know how to do. Like, who wants to do that? He says playing Ma for the 15th time with Emilio. Don't at me, okay? Don't at me. Look, I know what I am. I know what I am. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. Great philosopher Popeye the Sailor Man.
Oh.
Or Popeye the Sailor Yam, apparently. Okay. I don't actually know how I'm going to get these out of this corner. It's possible that I'm going to need to actually just... need is a strong word. But I might end up resetting all of these rather than trying to just... They're all in a position now where it's kind of difficult to pull them out. So I think that it probably makes sense... Oh, it's 12:52. We'll keep working on these for a couple more minutes. And then after a couple more minutes, I think we're going to end stream. And then once we end stream, next time, I think we probably we can just walk into the... No, we can't do this Titan Stronghold. We'll have to do the temple before we do the Stronghold, unless we clear these elementals. If we can clear the rest of these elementals, I can do the Titan Stronghold first. But I think that it's probably more time efficient to be able to reset using the temple than it is to try to, like, clear this without resetting at all. Because look, they're all just in that same spot right now, and I don't like it. I don't want to see them there. See, like, this is going to navigate back. Like, it's a problem. So, let's see. But yeah, does anyone know? Does Wuthering Heights have any meaningful multiplayer? Does anyone play Wuthering Heights? Is this a thing? Because I know, like, when I started playing Uma Musume, like, some people actually played that. So, like, people wanted to put me on their friends list, and I'm happy to friend people in Wuthering Heights and do whatever that means. I don't know what would be the point of that, because I don't understand any of the, like, actual leveling mechanics. By which I mean, I don't mean there's probably no point. By which I mean I literally don't understand what the leveling mechanics are, so I don't know what you get out of it. In Uma Musume, I know what you get out of it. You get friend points, but are friend points a thing in this? I don't even know. Do you use friend points to like unlock new like? It's not horse girls. How would I describe it? Wuthering Heights is what? Is it Victorian era? Is Wuthering Heights Victorian era? Let's go with Do we go Victorian? No, we don't go Victorian. God, who's Iron Widow? Wu Zetian. Okay, so we get our Wu Zetian era. Like, so our what would you refer to women from the Wu Zetian climate? That doesn't make sense. I'm looking for like the wrong thing, because Victorian as an era refers to the reign of Queen Victoria. There isn't an equivalent for like.
Ow.
I mean, I guess technically the dynasties would be that. Look, this was going to be a very clever bit, and so I hope everyone acknowledges how clever it is. Even as it completely fails to exist in the first place. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, they're not sound. Sorry, they're not horse girls. They're sound girls. Okay, there we go. That's it. The whole world is made out of sound or some shit. So there we go. We got sound girls. So if anyone else is playing the sound girl game called Wuthering Heights, which is definitely what it's called, then we can add each other as friends, which does probably something. It probably gives you an extra pull every like 6 years. And the pulls are important because of reasons. It's really funny. There's this crazy thing where for some reason they'll give you like surveys in these games. Like these gacha games always give you surveys. And they always give me surveys on day one that I first start playing them. And it's like, okay, I have 2 surveys to complete. Okay, well, tell us what you feel about the area design for this post-game area over here. On a 1 to 5, like, what do you think of this area that you've never been to because you just made a new account 5 seconds ago? It's like, okay, well, I have very strong opinions of this. Oh, how do you feel about this mechanic that you haven't unlocked? I don't know, man. I've been here like an hour. I just unlocked the mail system. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, my friend, but, I just killed a boss. I've killed like 5 things, and, it was cool or whatever, Maybe, like, give me a survey about, like, what I think about your tutorial, but I guess you don't care, so... I guess it's more like, okay, well, maybe this is a Smurf account that this person has made, so maybe we'll get some feedback from a Smurf or something. I don't even know. I don't know what the reason for just giving those to every player without like accounting for how long they've played is. Like you get rewards for doing it, so it's not appropriate to deny like people who are early in the game like the survey rewards. I think I understand why they make the decision to give everybody the survey. It just feels like you could just write a survey that's appropriate to the like you just released on Steam. How is there not a like, oh, how do you feel about like this is a PC client? How do you feel about they could just tailor the surveys based off of a few like points of data that they already have about your account. That's a thing they could do. I think we might struggle to get... It's not a problem. They can ask me as many questions that I say... They did... There is one issue, though, which is that for some of the questions, they had, like... I can't answer this question, right? And for some questions, they didn't, even though they required that you, like, had an understanding of, like, very specific content. It was, like, a content-based question. It's like, man, I don't have any idea what the hell... I don't know what those words mean. What are you talking about? You're just saying shit. And I'm supposed to have a strong opinion? Oh, they had some things that were like, oh, how do you feel about anime culture? And it was very, very funny, because I'm, like, sitting here and I'm like, ooh, anime... What does anime mean to you? It's like, ooh, buddy, I have a complicated relationship with anime, right? Which is true, right? Like, I don't hate anime, and I don't love anime. I have a complicated relationship with anime, where there's some aspects of anime that I find very troublesome, and there's some aspects of anime that I think are great and I love. And it's like, it's this complicated network of, like, things. And it's like, oh, well, just tell me how you feel about anime. And it's like, okay. There's no other option here. Give me an other option so I can write an essay about how I feel about fucking anime. And, but, you know, it's just like, okay, well, you know, you either like anime or you don't like anime. And it's like, my buddy. But anyway, so the thing that's funny about that is because my opinions on anime are, like, mixed. Like, it's very mixed. I enjoy a lot of anime. Like, I really enjoy quite a lot of anime, but also at the same time, it's like there's a lot of cringe things about anime, right? There's a lot of stuff that I find very disturbing. There's a lot of stuff that is part of anime culture, and anime not just in culture, but in the art itself, right? This isn't like the fan culture around anime. This is like the anime itself. That is like I have mixed opinions on, right? And so they give me this thing, and I'm like, okay, well, I have mixed opinions, so I guess I just have to say I don't like or dislike anime, right? That feels like a, you know, funny thing to put, is like just the median option for someone who has such strong opinions on anime. And then the very next question is, oh, what anime shit do you do? You know, oh, have you, like, watched, like, a full anime? Like, have you engaged with cosplay? Have you gone to conventions? Have you and it's like every single thing on this list I'm clicking on. I'm like, okay, yes, I've been to anime conventions. Yes, I've been to this. Yes, I've been to this. Yes, I've been to this. If you had asked a better question in the last question, maybe I'd give you a different answer than anime? But it's very funny to have, like, a neutral response to the first question, and then the second question is like, well, what do you do that's anime related? And it's like, oh, well, I've done all of this. It's not true. I did, like, maybe a third of the things on the list, but it's a huge, like, this very long list. It's like you're ticking off, like, 10 things on this list of, like, anime-related stuff that you've been doing. Not all of it necessarily is anime-related. The second question isn't specific to anime. Like, gaming conventions are a convention type that is applicable for the second question, which is a thing that I have gone to. I've never been to an anime convention specifically, but there's, like, a lot of overlap, right? The convention that I went to was gaming and anime, right? Like, it's mostly a gaming convention, but there's, like, you know, artist stalls, and the artists are doing a bunch of anime stuff, right? So like it's like a mixed bag, but you can't, like, fully separate those two things from each other on that level. Like, cosplay is similar, where it's like you're going to see a lot of overlap between, like, anime cosplay and video game cosplay, right? And I've never done cosplay, but I've been around cosplay. And, you know, I've certainly watched video essays about anime, though, to be fair, I've watched video essays about a lot of things. That says a lot more about my consumption of video essays than it does about my relationship with anime. Look, I'm more likely to watch a video essay on, like, oh, there's this weird, like, thing going on with the map between these two, like like counties in this particular thing. Why does the map have this weird characteristic to it? I'd watch that in a heartbeat. Am I going to watch a thing about like, why is Naruto cringe or something? I don't know. Like some thing based off that? Probably not. Right? Like, so I'm more likely to watch a video essay that isn't about anime than one that is, probably. But anyway, that's going to be it for today. We have hit the weekend, so I will probably be delivering reports and further review of Wuthering Heights, which, I'm glad that they finally made a video game adaptation of the 1836 novel Wuthering Heights. It's like, it's been a long time coming, and I'm glad that they did it. I should probably get around to reading the original that this is based off of. It'll probably explain why they're so obsessed with sound. That's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure streaming for you today, and I hope to see you again. Not tomorrow, but on Monday. That works.